Hello, everybody. How we doing? How we living? Sorry about that, folks in the YouTube chat. Had to restart it because we only had the horizontal stream going. I like having the vertical stream. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't want to leave out our solid
Before anything, I have a crystal,
vert viewers.
Star Fox, shaped bone to pick with you greater than sad face. We know exactly what happened to her after adventures. She joined up with Star Fox, replacing Peppy, fought giant techno-organic space butterflies, followed by either leaving both Fox and Star Fox for the hot Spanish panther on Star Wolf or having a kid with Fox.
Yeah, and that's not the end of her life. She could do other things. Like, what's she up to? Is she running a small business? Is she like what is Star Fox like when they're not blowing shit up? Like what's society like? I have a lot of questions. But thank you for being the first person to support stream tonight and get us closer to our overall goal. Also, just want to point out, folks, if we hit 500 subs tonight, not only will you guys get the Matt Walsh stuff, but we will also engage in an oft neglected pastime of this channel, which is diving into a new analog horror tonight. The Matt Walsh react, for obvious reasons, I won't be able to pull that out of my ass tonight, but I could pull some analog horror out of my ass. So there you go. That's your incentive. If you get one of the endings in Command, she becomes a lone bounty hunter calling herself Curses. That's cool. I want to know what happens with that. How diddly ho, Spherical Man.
How diddly ho, Jackarino. Henlo there, henlo there, henlo there, henlo there, henlo there.
Henlo there, henlo there, henlo there. My chapter ended up having a DSA organizer training today. We're doing the things, entirely free training paid for by dues payers like you. Hell yeah. Also, I do want you to know that I tried my best to make Fire Emblem happen tonight, and you can't see the mess, but it was I was unsuccessful. However, I did order a part that should help me to be able to do it. Should be here next week. So, yet again, I have to kick Fire Emblem down the road by another week. It's making me sad. Is the Wii okay? The Wii's great. It is getting the capture card to work nicely with XSplit or OBS. That didn't go well. That was the issue. What horrors are unleashed today? Jim Crow 2.0. We're gonna be talking about the horrors, but if you guys want to know what analog horror I will jump into later tonight if we hit that 500 sub goal, I learned of a new one called Oakburn Opus, and I know nothing about it, so I'm going in blind. Why can't one day be nice? That's what I've been feeling. That's what I was feeling today. I probably could Paladin, but I really have wanted to be able to use my retro game collection. Let's see. Also, I should say hello to you fine folks. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Nutsmert. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, How we doing, Mr. Malachite? Hello, Werix. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Latzia. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Agramuglia. And I know I'm not saying that right, but I do. It's fun to say it wrong. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Murphyo. Hello, Insect Hooves on Lassie. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Annalisa Zura. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Bema Saberwin. Hello, Iatagon. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello. It is very fun to say wrong. Yeah. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Have I seen the trailer for the Backrooms movie yet? Yes. I'm super excited for the Backrooms movie. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, the fact that Kane Pixels is getting star power, like from fucking like Oscar winners and shit, attached to his very first project as the youngest director Blumhouse has ever worked with, or I think even A24 has ever worked with. Like, that boy has a bright future ahead of him. I'm real excited to see what else he does beyond like backroom stuff, because like, gotta be honest, The Oldest View is cool as shit, though I'm still not 100% convinced it's not also in the backrooms. No, Ashley, I've been slacking at saying hellos. Hello, Carver E. Bain. Hello, Space Knight. Hello, Stegocephalian. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Mithril Mist. Hello, the Dude Rolls. Hello, Not a Loser. All right. Are you guys ready to jump into content? I do have some like truly great content for you guys today. It's a terrible news day. I do want to say straight up, bad shit is happening, and I don't blame you if you feel overwhelmed and feel terrible about, the horrors that we exist within. But I also do want to say that I did make an effort to grab things that I think you will enjoy while also, moderating your rage a bit, you know? Um, I just wanted to share this with you guys because I thought it looked dope. It's like Kirby, well, like with an adorable lady who punches. Look at that! Look at that monkey! Declines Drops. It Declines Drops is the name of that. Which, like, it just, I hadn't heard of it. I didn't know if any of you would hear of it, so I thought I'd share it with you guys. There's also another one that I want to share with you, just, right at the top of the stream. Let's see. Maybe I can find, like, the full trailer for this, actually. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I wanted to share this with you guys, because this looks dope as hell. This is some of the most stylish gameplay I've ever seen in a side-scroller. Look at that. It's got like a graphic novel aesthetic. It's so fucking cool. It looks very hard, but also just the vibes are impeccable. Like, I don't know that I would play, like, I don't know that I'd be able to beat this game, but it looks really cool. Is it a platformer? Yeah. Here's the link for the trailer. It do look hard, though. It does. But, you know, Celeste was hard, too, and I beat that, so... There you go. Whew! Also, when we hit 400 subs, I'll let my hair down. How about them apples, huh? Looks super Meat Boy-ish. Yeah. I loved Celeste, but that just looks frustrating. Well, I mean, it does look like it could be frustrating, but it also looks like it has so much style that I might not care. It's not like Jack is a game reviewer. Yeah, Game Journo Jack, who lies? Miss Jack with the fit. Well, thank you, Rhyme Jack. Yeah, I think I look pretty spiffy. This is why I never played Cuphead. You know, the thing is with hard games, like they start off hard, but once you get over like the initial learning humps, they get easier. Nah, SB Vinyl, I'm not dooming. I'm not dooming, but I am here to tell you that like the past paradigm is dead, you know? Like the politics of the 1990s are dead and buried. Like they're not coming back. And the sooner Dems in Washington and on the state level realize that, the better off we'll
I
all
have a
be.
palate cleanser that is very funny. I also want to thank chat for being normal on the Graham Platnier segment and not calling Mainers racist.
Yeah, I mean that was very pleasantly surprising. Okay, we can't watch this because it's 16 minutes long. But I will link it in all the other chats because Wizards with Guns is top tier comedy on YouTube right now. I watched this the other day actually. The wizard thinks he isn't getting the death penalty is top tier. Very good. Okay. Are you guys ready for some content? Also, Story the Bard, thank you for the $20 dono. Very much appreciated. Let's fucking go. Also, gotta fix my camera.
Mainers are racist, but that's not because of Platner.
I mean, yeah, like, Mainers are racist in the same way every other state is racist. Because we all have to do better. Alright. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let me just, burp, 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 burp. There we go. Okay. So, folks, we're actually going to open up today's show by talking about something that I know is not going to be treated as earth shattering news or even really a scandal that's going to have any sticking power right now. But I do want to talk about it because if this had happened again during any other presidency, this would have been considered like the scandal. This would have taken over potentially months of the press's attention. There would have been investigations. There would have been, congressional hearings about it. There would have been, it would have been a nonstop circus if this had happened under like any presidency from the last, barring Trump's, I suppose, from the last like 50 years. Okay. And that is this story that came out earlier today. The Real World alum Sean Duffy spent 7 months filming new reality series while serving as transportation secretary. The guy in charge of like all of our regulatory bodies that make sure your air traffic is safe, that make sure like you know infrastructure functions to get people where they need to go. The guy whose watch opened with a fucking collision that killed tons of people. Yeah, he decided to take 7 months off to go film a reality TV series. Like I need you guys to watch this and understand. I'm absolutely baffled by this. Look at this.
I'm going to be really honest. We live in a Pornhub world. This is really wholesome, good family stuff. This is what families need to do, is just get together. That's what our kids want from us. They want our time.
I loved the road trips when we were growing up. And
great.
People need to take more road trips. We live in a Pornhub world. And that's why you need to watch our reality TV series. Like, what? Like, I gotta be honest with you. I woke up today, and this was the first story that I saw. And part of me died a little bit because I didn't talk about it on stream, but just 5 days ago, not even a week ago, 5 days ago, a man driving a bakery truck was hit by an airliner. And there's footage of it. And I will preface this by saying he did live. But like dude is pressing charges, but like we have seen so many like air traffic accidents, like the ground control for airlines is so overworked. There's in some cases there's like one guy holding down the fort for like 12 hours. And like I just the guy who's in charge of all the transportation stuff was on a fucking vacation for the last 7 months doing a different job. Like, this is stuff that people would be instantly fired for and investigated for criminal charges. The amount of rage this provokes in me is hard to overstate. Like, I'm really angry knowing that Sean Duffy doesn't think that it's worth his time to make sure people are safe in this country traveling on by plane or car or whatever. You're the transportation secretary. God. Yeah, their show, The Great American Road Trip, will air on YouTube beginning in June. It's not even like a network television reality show. It's for his fucking YouTube channel. Like, I can't. The amount of contempt you should hold these people in. Like, you all respect the Trump cabinet too much. You might think you don't, but you do. These people are trash. These people are goddamn cretins. This guy took time off of a job that is supposed to ensure the livelihoods and safety of millions of people so he could film a series for his YouTube channel. There are people in prison right now serving like 10 plus year sentences for having marijuana.
Ground control
This
had
is
one guy
10
working the night
million
shift.
times
His
worse.
name was Major Tom Yasake. I beat you to it.
Story of the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono. I hate that I'm not surprised. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, we need to make sure, like, we're writing this shit down. You know, commit this to your memories, folks, because when this administration is over, they all should be prosecuted for this shit. This is insane. Imagine if Pete Buttigieg spent his entire time as transportation secretary filming Pride propaganda. But, like, that's the thing. Republicans for 4 years acted as if Pete Buttigieg was filming Pride propaganda nonstop 24/7 all the time. And Pete Buttigieg, I don't like him, but he didn't do a bad job as transportation secretary. He was actually pretty on the ball about that shit. He makes an excellent bureaucrat. But like, Republicans were like freaking the fuck out anytime he posted a picture of his family on Instagram. But the second you got a transportation secretary who fucks off for 7 goddamn months to film a series for his YouTube channel, not a fucking peep from any conservative. Party of personal responsibility over here. Being like, yeah, no, you can clock out of your job for 7 months. That's totally fine. No consequences. I can't get over it. It is infuriating. The level of collapse that we are in as a country right now as a result of these people just getting just being let off the hook constantly, scot-free. It's insane. We've got an FBI director who's like drunk every day, barely making it through with his liver intact. And then you've got, Sean Duffy, who's like not even at work. Then you've got Donald Trump himself, and I gotta be honest with you guys, Trump is, I mean, I'm gonna play a clip for you here. And, all I have to say is none of these people should have their jobs, okay? Here's Donald Trump earlier today.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Hi, you look great. That's a beautiful hat. Thank you, Janice. Who lost her son, Marine Captain Jesse Melton, and I heard he was an outstanding. They give me lists and they tell me about people. They said that Jesse was outstanding, Janice. They have the word outstanding. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know. I'm out of words at this point. He's stoned off his ass. No, he's dementia-addled. He's sitting up there being like, "Hey, you look pretty good, lady. Yeah, looking pretty nice hat. Ha 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 ha." Janice, who lost her son, like, he's talking to people whose family members have died while serving the United States. This is deep. This is like watching someone hit on someone at a funeral. Hey, I heard, wow, you're looking really nice there, Mrs. McGregory. You're really wonderful black ensemble you put together here. Sorry to hear about your son, though. Like, this is just insane. Like, it makes me sick. The incompetence. And it makes me sick every fucking day seeing Republicans act as if, like, it's not, as if this isn't a problem. As if, like, the functionality of government being systematically destroyed by neglect and malice, and also pure unadulterated incompetence, as if that is an order that isn't going to come with a significant check at the end of the night. It's truly bleak, you know? And I know that none of this is going to be treated like the crisis it is, but I do want you all to understand that we are in a crisis when it comes to these people, and that crisis is going to have costs that we are all going to have to pay when, you know, at some point in the near future here. And I'm really worried about what happens when this bill comes due. So anyway, with that being said, hit the like button if you got anything out of this. Hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words, really helping the algorithm. And if you want to do something about this, folks, you got to get organized. You got to join your local Dems. You got to join your local DSA, because right now, these absolute freaks are in charge of this country, and they are obliterating anything and everything that could that could keep you safe. As we've seen, the transportation secretary is just fucking off and letting cars get hit with commercial aircraft. So I don't know, maybe organize and put a stop to this, because if enough of us get together and build power on the local level, the state level, the national level, they cannot stop us. So if you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is sexy, non-tucking lingerie. I'm wearing it right now, actually. It's very, very comfy. And all that being said, folks, let's keep on going. Link down in the description. There we go. Knew I was forgetting something. Let's keep on going for real now. Whew. Can we get a link?
I organize like a socialist everyday Jack. Some of you will get this.
I got it. Thank you for the $5 Dono Gamer G. Do you think a kind of balkanization will happen in America? No. Any kind of breakup of the U.S. Is going to be horrifically violent on a level I don't think most people understand. Like, if we're talking about, like, a balkanization, we're talking about a civil war. And I don't think it will come to that, but genuinely, with the death of the VRA, who knows? Is it doomer to think there's a metaphorical national divorce in this country? No, I don't really think it's... We're going through a crisis. I don't think we're having a metaphorical national divorce. Show almost over? No, we just finished our first segment. All right. Let me make sure we are organizing these tabs correctly. Yes. Good. Cool. Beep, beep, beep. How to Be Epic. Thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. And look at that. We are at $3.97. How about them apples? And you know what? We finished our first segment, so please remember to hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment, and also consider supporting the stream financially if you can, because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button.
Hey, Nocturnal! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click
That's right, you guys got the hair down. And you're getting close to 500 subs and analog horror tonight. Girl, your hair is wicked. Do you guys want to know my secret? I just do a bun and then I put hairspray in it. So that when I let it down, it looks impressive. Yes, Nelson JD, when you hit 500 subs, I will be prepping a show where I systematically go through and debunk Matt Walsh's episode on Indigenous history. And that will take some work, which is why it was high threshold of subs. But we'll also tonight do some analog horror if you guys make it to 500 subs tonight. Yes, we'll have to do some
Google debunkers.
We'll be doing some Google debunking. But I will also pre-watch a bit of it so that I have some stuff prepped. What would the analog horror be? It is Oakburn Opus. Oakburn Opus is the analog horror. I know nothing about it. I'm going in completely blind.
Google debunkers.
Yeah, Paladin, if you would like to, you absolutely can. I've been back on my my workout grind, slowly working back up to my hour-long runs. Oof, it's rough though. Rough out there. Mini Minuteman reference? Yeah, we love Milo Rossi here. All right. Are you guys ready for our next Segi? We need to get through talking about Virginia before we start hitting some of the fun stuff that I have. Also, I'm gonna spoil a little bit of something for you here. We are gonna be making fun of Steven Crowder tonight, and it's been a while, so it'll be fun to get back on that grind. Oof, Paladin, fair. All right, you guys ready? Because we got to talk about Virginia and the VRA and You guys ready? More like BWA. True, Static Somnio. All right, cool. Here we go. So, folks, I've been talking about the death of the VRA quite a bit recently because when the John Roberts Court struck down the VRA, essentially, I've tried to figure out a way to talk about it that doesn't sound hyperbolic, but the reality of it is that our old political order in this country, the order that if many of you who are, maybe 50 and under grew up in, that old political order is dead. It's just straight up dead. The Voting Rights Act in this country of 1965 was what kind of held our entire political system together. And over the decades, it was both reinforced and weakened and ultimately destroyed under John Roberts and the Supreme Court. And what we have here is essentially bringing us back politically to the days of Jim Crow. And I've talked about this. This is the rebirth of an American apartheid state, if we allow it. That's the caveat here. But you aren't really seeing the rhetoric reflect that too much on the national level from Democrats, though you can kind of pick up some signs of it from, seeing that even Hakeem Jeffries is adopting some more fiery language. It's quite bad, folks.
Look at what Trump and his ilk has done to this nation. Look at the rights his allies have directly attacked. Let that righteous anger you feel be turned into action. Mobilize like never before.
Was the Voting Rights Act part of the Civil Rights Act? Well, there were multiple Civil Rights Acts, starting in the 1950s. In my initial video on this, I go through a lot of the history around the Voting Rights Act. But the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was essentially like the part of the culmination. It was basically what allows African Americans in this country to be able to participate fully in our political process, right? You essentially have this period of time between when the Reconstruction era protections for African Americans were killed off in the late 1800s until 1965. And what required the Voting Rights Act, what made it the Voting Rights Act necessary was, of course, the mass mobilization in response to Jim Crow and apartheid. You had Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X. I mean, essentially in the lead up to the Voting Rights Act, you have every major civil rights leader in the country coming together and converging on Selma, Alabama to march for the simple right of African Americans to be able to vote. And I need y'all to understand that this is a really, really big deal. That essentially by taking out the Voting Rights Act, there is nothing that precludes the era of Jim Crow from coming back. Nothing. Except our action. That is it. And we know that the second that the Voting Rights Act was shot down, I mean, essentially you have this mad scramble to purge African Americans from places of political power across the entirety of the South. This is why I've talked about essentially the masks have come off, and it turns out almost every Republican across the entirety of the South is currently donning the outfit of the Confederacy. Like they are resurrecting it as we speak. And so what happened today isn't really a surprise, but I do want to note here that like we're seeing movement in basically every southern state to remove African American representation from places of political power, right? So here's one example. This was a video posted by the ACLU earlier today. Okay, it's Senator Jenkins asking Senator Morris. These are, I believe, state level senators in Louisiana. Jenkins is a Democrat. Morris is a Republican. Let's take a look.
Personally, I would favor a map that favors Republicans because that's perfectly legal to do.
Right. Well, look like you're favoring partisanship over people being represented fairly in this state, based on that answer that you just gave. Every one of your maps, and I've looked at the numbers on every one of your maps, Senator. Every one of these maps reduce Black voting power in every one of your districts, and I think that that's a problem, and I don't think that that's defensible. I'll be honest with you.
Personally, I would.
Like they're just straight up saying it, you know, they're just straight up saying, yeah, we're gonna make congressional maps that straight up favor Republicans. And the reason that they are purposefully disenfranchising Black people across the South is because there's not a whole lot of crossover. Most Democrats, most African Americans in the South are Democrats. So when they're talking about like, oh, well, I'm just drawing a map that benefits Republicans, it's the same thing that I was talking about when I did my initial video on the Voting Rights Act, which is that none of these people will straight up come out and say, no, we're redrawing this to disenfranchise Black people. But they will say, we're drawing it to benefit Republicans. And it just so happens that a lot of Democrats are Black. That's it. Right? And it is, frankly, just a scourge. Here's Alabama. This is earlier today. Alabama's House voted 75-29 to allow new primary elections if the courts allow the use of congressional and legislative maps that were previously ruled as racially biased. So here are people leaving the gallery after that vote. So I just want, I want to note a couple of things about this video. Number one, my heart absolutely breaks seeing these two walk out singing. Because, like, they're old enough that they may have been, young when the Voting Rights Act was passed. You know, like, we're people who marched to try and get the right to vote are having to march again. And that is so infuriating. It is so infuriating that they have to do that. Like, it does make me feel so sad and angry, for sure. It also makes me feel hopeful, because I gotta be honest with you guys, if these people can walk out of the gallery having seen their locally elected lawmakers vote to disenfranchise them and they can still sing songs of resistance, then so can we. We can sing alongside them. We can walk alongside them. We can help them. We can organize. We can organize friends and allies across this country in every single corner. And we certainly do not have to capitulate to apathy and doomerism. All right? There are all the reasons in the world for a lot of these people to be furious beyond belief, to sit down, curl up into a ball, make themselves small, and instead they walk out with their heads held high singing a song of resistance. Condemned states do more gerrymandering. We're going to get to that. All right? Here we also have yesterday, Tennessee Republicans passed by a vote of 9-0, or not by a vote, but passed a new completely Republican map of Tennessee based upon the new VRA ruling from SCOTUS, which allows them to racially gerrymander their state. What this results in is that Memphis, Tennessee, which is 63% black, is now split into 3 different districts in an effort to systematically disenfranchise the majority black population of Memphis. Okay? It's disgusting. And I do have to say, if you don't understand the dynamic here, I want to share with you guys a photograph that has been edited by Kaylee McKee on Blue Sky. And this is a photograph of Justin Pearson, who is a representative in Tennessee. And he was trying to enter the chamber where the committee was holding their vote and discussing the redrawing of these districts. Specifically, his district was one of those. And I want to show you guys, this is the image of the sergeant at arms preventing him from entering that chamber. And I think a lot of people tend to think of, well, the civil rights era was a long time ago. It's right now. It's right now, guys. What bothers me is that this was already paid for in blood. Yeah. All of the protections we have for voting were passed after people shed blood. And the issue is, I think a lot of people have looked at black and white images and thought, oh, that's so long ago. You see the March on Washington with Martin Luther King Jr. doing the I Have a Dream speech, but they had color photography, guys. Just a lot of people see black and white and they're like, oh, it was so long ago. The people who spoke there are still alive. It's not that long ago. Here's the picture. Just from a couple days ago. A lot of people are going to see this and be like, for some reason, it only makes sense if you see it in the black and white. But this was a couple days ago. We are not distant from this. Sorry, what good is it for gerrymandering do in states Dems are already going to win? Maybe take another stab at that. The phrasing confused me. I also just want you all to know that we exist in a period of time right now where I don't think these Republicans
Peaceful
realize what they're
protest
doing.
without an underlying threat of violence may not be as effective as we were led to believe.
I mean, there is an element of truth to that. I mean, even during the civil rights movement, of, you know, the 1960s. You had a dynamic of Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. Like, you had these two very different leaders in the civil rights movement. And even in the lead up to the VRA passage in 1965 in Selma, Alabama, you had Martin Luther King Jr., you know, help lead marches in Selma, Alabama. And then in the aftermath of people seeing images and video of African Americans who were marching peacefully for their right to vote, getting, you know, massacred by hoses and dogs and police. And then, you know, Malcolm X shows up and says, you know, a lot of African Americans are pretty done with this peaceful organizing shit. And later he would admit that, like, that was just a ploy to, you know, basically, if white people aren't going to empathize with Martin Luther King Jr., then they should be scared of Martin Luther King Jr. and support him from that perspective, you know? And like, it is the civil rights era was the success of a multifaceted organizing attempt, right? A multifaceted spectrum of different tactics coming together. And well, I don't think that the white Republicans who have been so quick to unleash this, I don't think they realize how cushy their jobs have been up until this point, right? Because I think a lot of them, they know on some level what we're disenfranchising black people, but they don't think of themselves as like bad people, right? They come up with a million different racist justifications to do this. And it's easy for them to do that because they don't really suffer any actual consequences.
At a basic level, what they are doing is making voting in this country less enfranchisement. Everyone loses this game.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, when you close the door on people being able to peacefully exercise political action and thought, then, like, people are going to continue to exercise that political action and thought in ways that are seen as increasingly unacceptable, right? And, well, again, I think Republicans don't realize that effectively in these southern states, they have made it so that they are never going to be welcome anywhere. Here's a little bit of what I mean.
Come on. Don't run. Bullshit ass shit y'all pay. Don't run. Look at him. Look at him. Tight suit ass nigga. You think you done did some shit. Bald head. Baby booty head ass boy. Come on, hoodie. Long neck ass boy. Titty face ass boy. You think you done did something, don't you? Come on, pop rock, skittle face ass nigga. Look at him. Jimmy Neutron looking ass boy. You think you did something, didn't you, boy? Look at him, long pass ass, little shoes ass nigga. What's up, boy? Swole neck ass boy. What's up? Say something. Say something. Weak ass eyes y'all in there passing, boy. Look at him. Your ass don't look a day over 140. Ugly face ass, yo, nigga. Your ass one step away from the grave, my boy. What's up, man? Yo, fuck with him. Bitch, hit him. Hit him. Touch him if you want to. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Bitch, you gotta move. Bitch, you gotta move, ho. You gotta move, boy. You gotta move, boy. You gotta move, boy. He's touching me. What you gonna do? He's touching me. What you gonna do? You gotta move, boy. What you gonna do? You gotta move, boy. You gotta move, boy. Weak ass bitch. Weak ass bitch. Go, boy. Go, boy. Go, boy. Who? What you gonna do? Who you gonna do? Get your ass out of here. Who you gonna do? Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Bitch, you gotta save him. You gotta save him. I'm taking him. Look at you. How the fuck you go home to your family at night doing this, nigga? Fuck you talking about? Jimmy Neutron looking at his boy. Screw y'all. Screw y'all in that shit y'all pay. Screw y'all. Screw y'all. Screw y'all in that shit y'all pay.
And like, I gotta be honest, this should be their lives every single time they step outside of their house. Every single time they go to work, every single time they come home from work, every single time that they are outside in the light of day, they should have not a second of peace until voting rights are restored. Okay? And my hats off to every single person dedicating the time and effort to following them around and calling them out for the racist pieces of garbage that they are. You know? They love this, though. I don't think they do. I think that what they are doing is what every authoritarian does, which is try and laugh it off, try and act like it doesn't affect them, try and act like they are beyond reproach. But like, I'm gonna be honest with you, someone gets up in your face and is this far away from you, pointing their finger, screaming at you, yet nah, they're shitting themselves. They will laugh about it behind closed doors and try and all make each other feel a lot better about their racism and their absolute abject monstrosity. But I can tell you, and this, I know this might seem odd, they are human beings. And that is good news for us. Because it means that they have thoughts and feelings, and those can be weaknesses. You know? They are not inhuman monsters that are beyond being affected by this. And either, if, I would say if their empathy could be activated, it would be, and they wouldn't be Republicans. But in the absence of that, then like, make their every day a living hell of having to deal with people furious beyond belief at what they as lawmakers have done. You may give them too much credit. No. I'm sick of this. The idea that they're like some kind of fucking other creature, that makes them more powerful. When you say like, oh, they're not human beings, you are attributing to them more power than they have. Stop it. They are just as vulnerable, if not more so, than any one of us. I'm just saying, I don't think they care. They might not care on a moral level, but I can assure you they care on a level of, even if it's just inconvenient to them, even if it's just irritating, even if it is just frightening to them, they do care on those levels. It takes a toll. Like, I don't know, I'm sure you guys have seen streamers crash out before on the internet. Like, that's just from reading text, you know? I'm sure you guys have seen, like, people get really upset and get, like other folks get under their skin just from reading written words. This is a lot more than that. These people desperately want to be liked. But yeah, I mean, like, things are really bad, guys. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Even with a call to organize and the belief that we can make things better, like, things are so bad that actual elected lawmakers in Tennessee have unironically called for Memphis to secede from Tennessee. I'm going to play a little clip for you guys here.
Well, Memphis should leave Tennessee. That's the extraordinary message from State Representative Antonio Parkinson after lawmakers approved these new congressional maps. He says weaken Memphis's voice in Washington. Is this a serious push for self-determination, a political protest, or a warning shot aimed at Nashville? And what would secession even mean legally, financially, and for you at home? Well, Representative Antonio Parkinson joins me live here today. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You've said this isn't just about maps. It's about black political power. Explain what you mean by that and why you believe race is central to what has happened.
You know, so Memphis and Shelby County houses almost 50% of the African American population in the entire state of Tennessee. So Tennessee is 7.5 hours across if you drive it. And in this little southwest corner, this little blue southwest corner, is 50% of its black population. So there is absolutely no way that you can divide this map up almost to the point 3 ways and say that race didn't have a factor.
And you've argued that Memphis subsidizes nearly 80% of rural Tennessee through its tax base. If that's true, what does it say about the relationship between Memphis and the state government in Nashville?
You know, I think this is important to clarify. This is about government accountability. Every year, some of my constituents will ask me, okay, so we pay the majority of the taxes to the tax coffers, and so does Davidson County. And you know, usually we're on top, and Davidson County is like a very, very, very close second. They say, we pay all these taxes. How much of those tax dollars are actually coming back to Memphis? No one up there will give us that number. But we do know that we pay the majority of taxes to the tax coffers of the state of Tennessee. And I can tell you emphatically that all of the taxes combined coming from these rural communities where these members that voted to remove the voice of the black people here in Shelby County, all of their communities combined does not equal the amount of tax dollars that Memphis and Shelby County sends to the state of Tennessee. So this is about accountability. So we're paying all of this money, yet you remove our voice. So that is taxation without self-determination, taxation without actual representation, because these members can come from any.
I'm not gonna lie, this guy's spitting pretty hard. I'm getting increasingly sold on Memphis secession. Hell, Memphis becomes its own state. Let's do it. Statehood for Memphis. I'm behind. I'm aboard. I think this is good. If you're gonna take away their representation, they might as well, right?
Anywhere almost across the state, the first 2/3 of the state, as a matter of fact, if the way they got these maps drawn. And so I don't think the state of Tennessee deserves a Memphis and Shelby County or a Nashville Davidson County who generates all of their income. They're on welfare from us. And so I think that's important to note. And I think that Memphians need to understand their value, right? We are the gem, the jewel of the state of Tennessee. And so is Nashville Davidson County. And let me clarify this, because I think this is important for people to understand what I'm saying when I talk about seceding from the state of Tennessee. I'm not just talking about Memphis. I'm talking about the eastern border of Nashville, Davidson County, and everything to the Mississippi River.
Let's go.
A new state called the new state of West Tennessee.
You know what? I'm liking this idea, guys. I'm liking this idea. You know, when you hear Memphis needs to secede, it does sound silly on the face of it. But when I talk about the old world politics being dead, I do mean that, like, the old possibility window has died. What is possible now is very different from what was possible even a year ago, right? You've got the entirety of the South scrambling to gerrymander. It's kicked off a gerrymandering war, right? Which, you know, I don't think has really happened in any of our lifetimes. And then you have, you know, SCOTUS being weaponized. There, you got different orders coming down affecting which states are being allowed to gerrymander and which states aren't. And in that kind of environment, a situation where, you know, a state breaks in two in order to preserve its ability to represent its citizens, like that, it's not as impossible as it seemed even a month ago prior to the VRA overturning.
The 51st state, West Tennessee.
Okay.
And this is what that would look like. It will probably be a Democratic state. It will probably be a state with a ton of resources where your schools can get funded and your roads don't have holes in them. And the state of Tennessee will probably plunge into the poverty abyss worse than that of West Virginia, because we deliver the money that subsidizes them.
What kind of legal footing do we have for this, though, do you think?
You know, it can actually be done. You know, now.
Yeah, like that's what I'm interested in. Is there an actual pathway to do this?
This is important. We are trying to get our legal minds together, right, to tell us what those pathways are. And it's not.
Yeah, I mean, like, there is historical precedent for it, Ashley. Like, you got Virginia, you got your West Virginia. Like, this has happened in the past in this country.
If it can be done, is how it can be done. Also, this is what I do understand right now in the law. It would take approval from the state of Tennessee. It would also take approval from Congress.
Right.
However, there are ways to put pressure on these entities in order to make your taste to them so disgusting that they want you out. You follow me?
Yes.
And so those strategies are what has to come from the bodies that we put.
I mean, in a way, it's kind of brilliant, right? Because it's relying on the inherent racism of the movement of Republicans, right? Like, the Republicans in Tennessee who overwhelmingly voted in order to disenfranchise Memphis in particular, and the majority of the black population of Tennessee, like, they do genuinely, like, they are motivated by racial animus. Like, they do hate black people, right? Like, that's built into their political platform. And so I can kind of see the logic in this guy being like, well, all we got to do is really play up everything that they hate already that has caused them to do this, and we can become more trouble than it's worth to them in order to gain our freedom. And like that, there is a bit of that makes sense to me. And I think also you have a situation where, like, if Democrats did win Congress, it's not impossible to foresee Democratic support in both the House and the Senate for this particular thing. I mean, we're talking about some Democratic goals being like statehood for DC and Puerto Rico, and like it's very easy to add on West Tennessee, right? And so I don't know. I think that might be it might have a more viable pathway than a lot of folks might initially assume. It's not just Memphis subsidizing rural Tennessee. This is every state. The urban blue states subsidize the reddest parts of the country, as we're told the opposite is true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Together to start looking at this and taking a serious look at it.
You're calling for public scrutiny, federal scrutiny, public hearings, and national media attention, which I've been aware isn't happening. What is the one thing you want Memphis residents watching right now to do?
I want Memphis residents, number one, to know that you are the most valuable asset to the state of Tennessee. And they're treating you like, I don't want to say it, so I said I wasn't going to do it, right? But they're treating you like, think about this, Kim. If your child was in an abusive relationship with an abusive person, we'd quickly be telling them, get out of that relationship. If they were little children in an abusive...
Is there anything that can make Republicans regret the SCOTUS ruling? Yes. And that is total warfare when it comes to gerrymandering. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Don't you worry. Just be a little patient.
Relationship with some other folks, we would rescue them from that situation. If a dog was in an abusive or neglected situation, we'd hurry up. And in fact, the other people would get criminal charges. Now think about that. Now, why should we stay in an abusive relationship where they've shown us the pattern over and over and over that they really do not see our value or do not care about us?
All right. Well, we're out of time, but thank you so much for
Interesting. It's never going to happen. Tennessee would have to agree to it by the Constitution. The federal government would step in before it got to too much trouble. Nah, look. There are more of us than there are of them. Like, again, if the federal government could have stepped in and stopped the entirety of the civil rights movement, it would have done that. It couldn't. The civil rights movement was too strong. So all I'm saying is, what it's going to take for us to get out of this is mobilization, bare minimum, on the level of the civil rights movement. And realistically, it's going to take even more than that. And so when we're talking about too much trouble, there's a lot of trouble you can do. You know, whether you are doing sit-ins, whether you are doing peaceful demonstrations, whether you are doing the limp noodle, you know, there are a lot of things that people can do to get up to some good trouble, and a lot of folks in the South in particular are quite aware of this. And so there is nothing that the federal government can do to successfully stop that kind of action and organizing. That just genuinely, there is nothing they can do. Kind of sounds like a national divorce. No, guys, I want y'all to understand, because people keep throwing around this national divorce. National divorce is an amicable breakup of the United States into multiple countries. And that, by the very nature of the United States being an imperial superpower, is not possible. Because I want to throw something out there. You're like, well, we'll have an amicable divorce. Does that mean the new countries that result from this amicable divorce of the United States just split the nuclear stockpile? Who gets control over North and South Dakota? You know, where we have most of our nukes. It doesn't work like that for the United States, guys. But it also means that, like, the federal government cannot stop, you know, peaceful non-compliance. They are not equipped for it. They can't do it. And also, it helps that everyone in charge in the White House right now is an incompetent boob. So, in fact, what is far more likely to happen, just based on some past experiences, is that the White House is far more likely to try and crack down and only foment more discontent and more organizing against itself. Like, if anything, when we're talking about, like, a national divorce, there is no amicable breakup. It's just civil war, guys. And that's not really on the table right now. So I'd appreciate it if we didn't just, like, jump to the worst possible outcome. Because there's a lot of room between where we are now and the worst possible outcome. But yeah, civil disobedience, become ungovernable. All right. Now, it is worth noting that earlier today, Tennessee Dems did get their shit together and sue over the new maps. So this is going to be litigated, of course. It will. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea about the likelihood of this suit being successful. But I'm not entirely sure here. Let's just take a quick look. According to the complaint, the newly signed laws redraw multiple congressional districts, including districts 5, 6, and 9, while also changing election deadlines, candidate qualification rules, and voter notice requirements. The lawsuit argues the state's changes came too close to the August primary elections and could create problems for election officials and overseas military voters. Which, that is a valid ground to challenge this on. Essentially, all of these southern states are trying to get it through for 2026. Because right now, they know that they have a certain amount of political power, but that power could shift after 2026. After these midterms, there could be a massive reshuffling of the power dynamic. And Republicans are scared. That's why they moved so quickly on this. They're both scared and very racist. So, all that being said, I do have to say, I was somewhat surprised because the other big news of the day is Virginia's Supreme Court. So, what happened with that? Well, Virginia voters passed by about 100,000 votes a ballot measure to redistrict.
Any end to the Union will not be peaceful. The red states that rely on donor states wouldn't survive without blue state money, and would resort to war for resources almost immediately, following the bandit behavior of Trump.
I mean, yeah, essentially, yeah. So in Virginia, voters voted to redistrict, right? And to gerrymander along lines that would benefit Democrats. This, of course, was in response already to Texas and Florida attempting to do redistricting. And the Supreme Court in Virginia struck down that redistricting ballot initiative because essentially they said, well, you introduced this before, like, after early voting started, so it violates the state constitution because the state constitution says you have to have introduced this amendment before the election has started. And so there is a challenge to that ruling right now. They're appealing, basically trying to say, use the minority opinion of the court, which was that early voting doesn't truly constitute the election because the election is held at the time that the election is held, not during early voting. But that being said, we're kind of in a bit of a pickle here when it comes to Virginia, because Virginia was largely seen as a way to rebalance the country, to pick up roughly as many seats as were lost by southern states redistricting prior to the Voting Rights Act decision. And where that leaves us now is at a pretty big disadvantage if Virginia is not allowed to redistrict. Now, there are a couple options available for Virginia. And, we can talk about those, of course. But the main thing is, it's very clear that, folks are pissed. And by folks, I mean, even Hakeem Jeffries is pretty pissed about this. He put out a statement saying MAGA Republicans have adopted voter suppression as a strategy, as also evidenced by far-right extremists on the Supreme Court gutting the Voting Rights Act to open the door to a Jim Crow-like attack on Black representation across the American South. We are exploring all options to overturn this shocking decision. No matter what it takes, House Democrats will win in November so we can help rescue this nation from the extremism being unleashed by Donald Trump and Republicans. Our fight is not over. We are just getting started. Which, I don't trust Hakeem Jeffries as far as I can throw him, but I do have to admit this is a change in rhetoric in the correct decision, in the correct direction. He woke up a little bit. He put a little bit of pep in his step on that one. And I also do believe that there are conversations happening across the country, in New York, etc., about how to redistrict along the lines of a post-VRA world. So a lot of the talk so far has been about how this actually benefits Republicans and how the South has rushed to gerrymander across the South. But the issue here is that cuts both ways. And there hasn't been a whole lot of talk yet about the ways in which that cuts. But I think, we got to talk a little bit here about the actual state of play in this country, because California is now also being pressured to redistrict following this VRA decision, because there are more seats in Democratic-controlled states that could straight up do what has been done in Tennessee, which is eliminate every Republican district. Eliminate every bit of Republican representation on the national level, right? So here is a quote. This is from the LA Times. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said Democrats should play by the same set of rules as Republicans. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries vowed to fight in the Deep South and all over the country. And Representative Terry Sewell, an Alabama Democrat, was blunt. I'll take 52 seats from California, I sure would, and 17 seats from Illinois. Because when you start looking at it, this is not a game that Republicans want to play. That's kind of the issue. This is a short-term power grab, but it is also they have tossed the die in an incredibly risky way. Because if Democrats actually do step up to the plate and redistrict, which I do believe that they are going to do, then Republicans do not win that game. They don't win it. And they know that, which is why they're trying to rig the game as early as possible and get a time advantage. So where we're at here is we're in an arms race. I think the best way going forward for the Democrats is essentially having an open invitation to Republicans saying, essentially, we are willing at any time to pass a bipartisan bill to make partisan gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering illegal. But until the time Republicans come to the table on that one, Democrats need to be playing hardball. Because there is no world in which Republicans gerrymander and Democrats don't, where Democrats hold on to power and are able to function. The only thing that will make Republicans come to the table to negotiate, to agree to disarm in this gerrymander war, is fighting fire with fire. And I think that is kind of where we're at right now. It needs to be done in blue states, even if they all don't take before. Well, that's the thing. Most states aren't going to be able to do redistricting before the midterms. Most states aren't going to be able to do that. Most states are going to be trying to do that for 2028. That's the thing, right? And so I'm a little confused. I thought the Supreme Court were not supposed to get involved in elections. The state Supreme Court, though, does get involved in elections. So Virginia's state Supreme Court ruled against the amendment. So this is kind of where we're all at, right? Which is that there is a gerrymander war that there's not really any way out of outside of having an open peace agreement being put out there that Republicans can join at any time. And I do want to point out that for years, Democrats have been introducing bills to outlaw partisan gerrymandering. And for years, Republicans have said, no, we don't want that. This is a problem entirely concocted and created and started by Republicans. And I do want to add one other possibility when it comes to Virginia, right? So in Virginia, we're talking about a couple of possibilities. You know, you have a couple options when it comes to Virginia and preserving their, you know, voted for amendment to redistrict, right? And those options include, you know, passing a new statute that retroactively makes the, you know, the will of the voters binding in this case. That's one option available. Essentially, just retroactively being like, "No, we did it right, haha," because we changed the statute retroactively, which is, you know, not ideal, but like could be done. And the other option is a bit more extreme, which is essentially forcing the retirement of the entire Supreme Court. This, of course, would be pretty wild. But under Article 6, Section 9 of the Virginia Constitution, the legislature of Virginia has the unlimited authority to set the retirement age for judges. So what that means is that they could set the retirement age pretty much at whatever age they want. And that would be a way to effectively purge the entirety of the state Supreme Court. And this wouldn't be necessarily entirely without precedent, largely because Virginia has already an age limit for public employees, that being 55 as an age of retirement. Now, it's possible that they could pursue this. This, of course, would be opening up an entire can of worms. This would be messy as hell, but it would represent kind of the culmination of what I'm talking about. We are in a new era of politics. We're just straight up in a new era of politics, and this is something that could be done that takes us off the map of charted territory. But that's just kind of where we're at. Republicans are taking us off that map, and that calls Democrats to do some wildly uncharacteristic and outside the box actions, you know? So that is kind of where we're at, folks. The old political order is falling apart. The new one is struggling to be born. And yeah, it's like, if everything is a mess, exactly, Tanya, fuck it, let's get messy. Because Democrats aren't going to be getting out of this particular era of politics without getting mud on them. The Dems need to actually be leftists? True. Which is why you guys need to get organized. Every single one of us. We need to be getting more organized than we ever have before, folks. And we need to get organized now, because if we are not organized, they are going to take advantage of that. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Make your Dems more progressive, make your DSA more effective, organize with local labor, do the work, because guys, we gotta. It's Jim Crow 2.0 out there. We gotta be organizing in every corner of this country, even areas where you feel like you're gonna be relatively okay. You gotta organize in your area, because you gotta be ready to stand in solidarity with your Southern brothers and sisters, okay? And with all that being said, folks, hit that. If you got anything out of this, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And let's keep on going. I mean, like, yeah, there is a certain logic to aging out the Supreme Court in Virginia in order to achieve the political outcome that they're looking for. It's not great, but nothing about the situation we are in nationally is great. So anyway, folks, if you've gotten anything out of the stream today, remember to click the goddamn button, like the stream, subscribe, do the things. We even got a little song to let you know what to do.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click
Poof. Poof. Click to butt. Instructions unclear. I think they're pretty clear. Didn't the governor say they are accepting the decision? It, honestly, responses to it span the gamut. Spanberger did put out a statement saying, "I'm disappointed by the Supreme Court of Virginia's ruling, but my focus on as governor will be on ensuring all voters have the information necessary to make their voices heard this November in the midterm elections, because in those elections, we, the voters, will have the final say." So, I think the rhetoric coming out of a lot of folks around this was a lot more complacent than I would have liked, for sure. Loving your fit. Thank you, Mira Featherbender. Call the nuclear option Operation Leveler. True. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Paladin, 100%. If Virginia had started this entire process just a couple weeks earlier, there wouldn't have been any problem with it at all. Like, the issue is Democrats were too slow to realize the lateness of the hour, the urgency of the moment. And, like, I think they should be throwing everything at the kitchen sink at the problem to try and fix it in time for both the midterms and 2028 in particular. I look away from Twitch for 2 seconds, fall into a Balatro black hole. Next thing I know, she's been streaming for 2 hours. Hey. Also, folks, we are at 404 subs. If we make it to 500 today, we'll be doing a dive into some analog horror, which would be pretty rad. But we'll have to pick up the pace if you guys want that to happen tonight. Let's see. Actually, I think there might be a trailer for it, now that I think about it, on the channel. Where'd I put it? I think it was right here. Daman, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Let's see here. Was there a trailer? Yes, there is a trailer. Here we go. Again, I know nothing about this. I'm going in blind. And yeah, we still got a lot of stuff to cover, but I thought this would be fun to take a quick look at, a little tease. This is called the Blackburn Opus. As punishment for his hubris, Apollo had Marsyas tied to a tree near Lake Alocrine, which Strabo noted was full of the reeds, from which the pipes were fashioned. Marsyas was flayed alive. The rustic gods then transformed him into a stream. Oh, this fucking slaps.
He knows well his wicked ways, cause of bitterness, grudge held from his childhood days, as if life had left him less. Reading down his list of names, he ticks them one by one. He points the barrel at the sky, firing shots of fat sun. I am the Lord, I am the King.
Okay, this is cool as fuck.
Pauses at the city's edge with hellfire and brimstone. He summons up the devil there to give him courage of his own. For the sinners
Very fucking cool. Wait, is there more? This does look very fucking good. I'm so excited. Yeah, there's an entire other playlist on the channel dedicated just to music, which, having just heard that, I'm definitely going to check out that playlist, because that was a fucking bop. That was cool as shit. We should talk about how fucked up Nebraska is right now. I mean, Nebraska, yeah. I did not prep that for the show tonight, but at some point we will. But folks, consider supporting the show. And with all that being said, you guys ready for our next segment? What was that? Some kind of game, movie? It's an analog horror series that we will dive into if we hit 500 subs tonight. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Appreciate you. Is that a series of movies? Horror? It's a series. It's an analog horror series on YouTube. Put together by Red Diamond. And if you would like the link to the channel, here you go. Beep boop boop. I guess I don't know what an analog horror series is. It's a series of short videos that combine tell a wider story about paranormal or supernatural events. You can think of it like a mini series or serial, but put together on a shoestring budget, usually by one creator or a small team of creators working together. It's very cool. I love seeing how different people operate under different constraints, and a lot of folks have gotten insanely creative with their projects. We've talked about Monument Mythos. We've covered oh god, what's that other one? The with the angel. It creeps me out every fucking time. I it's not Monument Mythos. It's Mandela Catalog. Monument Mythos, Mandela Mandela. God. And we do need to catch up with Monument Mythos sometime. Yeah, it often features like analog videotapes or older technology. It's fun stuff. Often it relies upon like found footage concepts. Quinn Decker, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Let's go. Yeah, Backrooms is another example. The Oldest View, another example. Midwest Angelica. Gemini Home Entertainment would be another one. Yeah, kind of like the Blair Witch Project, but uploaded to YouTube instead of your local theater. Hell yeah, Quinn Decker. All right, we're going to jump into our next segment, but keep in mind, do consider supporting the show if you can. And yeah, Local 58's great. I'm trying to think of what was that, was Local 58, was that the one that Linkara got involved in? There was like one of like about like a wintertime scenario. I'm trying to remember that one. Greylock. Greylock is one of my favorites. I am so sad that they seem to have petered out. I do keep checking back from time to time to hope that it comes back, but it has not, sadly. Yeah, Winter of 83, thank you. Or Winter of 86? Yeah. Whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right. We're jumping into our next segment, folks. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about Steven Crowder, and I'm not gonna lie, my desire to talk about Steven Crowder is extraordinarily low, of course, as always. But I do think that in the next 15 to 20 seconds, I'm going to change your mind about watching a little bit of Steven Crowder as a treat, okay? So let me just play this clip or this particular episode. This is from uploaded yesterday. And the clip is titled "She Makes Me Physically Sick." And it's him complaining about the call her daddy lady. Let's just take a quick look
I actually like masturbate to gratitude meditations. I collect human teeth.
Show to the camera.
Okay.
That's your placenta, and that's in there. And do you travel with that everywhere?
Yeah.
You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
And Steven Crowder would know all about that. I'm not gonna lie, I watched this much of this, and I saw this moment, and I absolutely lost my shit.
Fun to be.
That's in there. And do you travel with that everywhere?
Yeah.
You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you, rather than someone who's actually using you. Speaking of a short lifespan.
I just wanna ask, Steven, how do you know that? How do you know that that's actually fun? Is like I feel like that's something you could only learn from experience, Steven. A wooga indeed. But let's just take a look at this, okay?
A short, unhappy lifespan. I don't like doing this. Just to be clear, I really don't. And this is why people here, when I have stories pitched to me, when stories aren't coming from me, like, you know what, we think you might have missed this. I know it's going to be something that takes a piece of my soul away from me. And that's how I feel every single time I have to watch the Call Her Daddy podcast. Now, I'm just going to say, I'm someone on the left, and I've never watched or thought about the Call Her Daddy podcast outside of a handful of times it's been mentioned. And even then, I haven't watched it. So I do have to wonder, because Call Her Daddy isn't a relevant podcast to me in any respect. How is this like like a routine occurrence for you, Steven? Did you just Google the word daddy and you found your way there and it made you mad? Is that what happened? I'm going to get into the specifics here, but here's the macro. And by the way, thank you for the raid, Dan. We appreciate it. Welcome, viewers. It's very important, especially if you're a parent, to know what is directed at your daughter. You've been told to fear the manosphere. You've been told to fear a red pill. You've been told to fear toxic masculinity. When the truth is, I mean, the enemy...
Why does he have to watch it? I mean, I assume it's because he has some kind of Clockwork Orange scenario going on where every day he's strapped to the chair and forced to watch episodes of Call Her Daddy. I assume that's why. They can't be any other reason.
Is in the house. All content that is directed, self-help content, nearly all, and I mean close to 100%, directed at women from women, is bad. Really bad, and I mean...
Can I actually make an addendum to that? Almost all self-help content, like 99.999% of it, is bad. Almost all of it is bad. Almost all of it is a goddamn scam to fleece you of your money. That's it. Like, straight up. Doesn't matter if it's like by women, directed at women, or by men and directed at men. Like, it doesn't matter who's doing it. Like, the overwhelming majority of it is just bullshit to separate you from your dollars. That's it.
Corrosive, I mean soul-destroyingly bad. Put it this way, whatever it is that if you're a Christian or you follow some of the Abrahamic faiths, I'll even include Muslims here.
How open-minded of you, Stephen. You'll even include some Muslims. How magnanimous.
Cases. Whatever advice it is, whatever prescriptions God asks of you, The female-centric podcast Advice Space tells girls to do the opposite.
Oh, of course. Of course. The female-centric Advice Space. That one's run by Satan. You've got the godly world, and then you've got the female advice space spreading sin and deceit across the lands. I can't. It's so silly.
True story. I once bought a self-help book to overcome procrastination. I read the introduction, admitted it made sense, and never finished it.
Oh, God. I mean, that is very funny. Guys, you should take relationship advice from Steven Crowder. I'm sure he's very successful in all of his relationships. Don't Google that.
Always. If you follow
that doesn't work for me either.
If you're religious and say, okay, you should be modest. Don't be modest.
Deep
if it's,
cut.
hey, you should preserve your virtue, give it away. If it's, hey, finding a good man who will lay down his life, you will find what is good. It's, you don't need that. Shun that. Find.
Yeah, dog. That's what, you know what? That's what they talk about on those female advice shows. It's all about, oh, you found a man who's willing to lay down his life for you? Nuh-uh, girl. Not today. Treat him like garbage. Get rid of him. Bye. Like, what are you talking about? That isn't what they talk about on those shows at all. There is no advice show on the planet that is like, oh, your husband is great and would literally die for you and do anything for you. Leave him, girl. That's dangerous. Like, no, they're not saying that. I can't. The demonic interpretation of lady shows is wild to me.
Charlie, shun the non-believer. Shun.
Shun. Charlie, shun the non-believer. Shun. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And also, as always, the deep cuts.
A bad boy. Have fun with them. If it's
wait a minute. The girly advice shows aren't telling you to go find the bad boy. What are you talking about? No, don't find a man who's marriage material. Go find the baddest boy you can. You know the ones. Have you seen the movie Grease? They dress up in biker jackets, black leather jackets. In fact, someone like Steven Crowder could call them leather daddies.
Hey, you know what? A relationship, a marriage, it comes with healthy expectations, responsibilities. They say, if he has any expectations, he's a narcissist. If he did it while he was single, he should do all of that himself. You're not some kind of employee. Every piece of advice that you would give to young women from a Christian perspective to improve their likelihood of successful, stable, long-term relationships and mental health. The advice space created by women, directed at women, says the opposite.
And Steven Crowder would know, because Steven Crowder knows what women want and would never treat women poorly. Never, ever. Don't ask his ex-wife about that.
And unless you're on top of it, your daughter hasn't got a chance. That's why it's time for the latest installment of Call Me Daddy.
Oh, he shoots.
I feel like we're getting so many good sound clips out of this. I feel a little bit spoiled. Call me daddy. Ritualistically rail you.
Threes on and off the court. And I'm like,
professional
don't
porn.
love your job. Job your
Women
love.
and our bodies and our looks. It's
because of male desire.
Can you off enough?
I'm sorry, you're so obsessed with this show that you have... How is this real? How is this real, dog? How is this an actual graphic that you had your employees make for you? It's genuinely really embarrassing. How have you watched Call Me Daddy so many times that you have and need a graphic for it? You made an entire intro for this. Why?
Now here's the thing.
Perfect response.
I know we're gonna get some people like, you know what? I don't like it when you cuss.
Wait, maybe he made this segment because he lost custody of his kids. I forgot about that. I forgot that the inciting incident for his ex-wife to get a divorce was that he wanted her to put potentially toxic medicine on their dog while she was pregnant with his twins, and he was smoking around her. Yeah. Maybe he just genuinely wants someone to call him daddy because he doesn't get to see his kids.
I understand it. And, I need to work on that. But I'm about to tell you some things that are far worse. And you need to understand that this is not age restricted.
Right.
This is...
I do have to say, this is by far the most divorced energy I have ever seen Steven Crowder manifest. And that's saying something. That, this is an achievement. This is like a breakthrough achievement. Like when you hear about some kind of lab in America making a new breakthrough around fusion energy. That's what we're witnessing here.
Young girl friendly. So Kesha, fresh off of her It's Out tour, appeared on the latest Call Her Daddy episode titled, and if you have kids, you probably don't want them watching this. I'll give you a countdown. 3, 2, titled, Serve Cunt and Prevail.
Oh no. A show for adults that has a swear word in it. It's such a bad word that Steven Crowder is willing to say it on his show.
Hey, I'm going to stop off my It's Out tour to do the Serve Cunt and Prevail show. That should be an indicator. Now, when I tell...
I can't believe they're actually bleeping the word tits. Man, conservatives are such snowflakes, dog. Like, I know a lot of people are offended by the word cunt. Because, it's a really taboo word here in America to say a slang word for women's genitalia. But, other places on the planet, not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal of a word. And, he's afraid of both these words. He's, treating them like they're magic spells that will, curse him.
I tell you that every time I watch the advice doled out, that a piece of my soul...
Kids over 15 know what serving cunt is. Okay, but the thing is, Steven Crowder is deathly afraid of cunt, okay?
Leaves my body.
And anyone who serves it.
Body, that is not hyperbole. I mean it, and
I'm sorry. When you see someone serving cunt, your soul leaves your body, and that is not hyperbole. Steven Crowder is the most in-the-closet conservative currently active in the political space. And I say that knowing full well that Nick Fuentes is out there somewhere, this man, but Steven Crowder, my God, is on a different level.
Feel bad about myself, and I don't think that I have that much more to give. Let's go to Kesha's first dishing, where she talks about how she now masturbates to gratitude meditations.
Now I actually masturbate to gratitude meditations.
You're lying to me.
I love Kesha. Good for you. Good for you, girl. You know what? Also, you know what? Some people just need to be called good girls, okay? Like, some people need to be good girls. Some people need to be called good boys. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm sure Steven Crowder, if someone called him a good boy in a deep, husky voice, would instantly come. Okay? That's just the vibe he gives off. He gives off the vibe of someone who would instantly be destroyed by a dom. Alright? And, like, there's no shame in that. No shade towards Kesha. No shade towards Steven.
Certainly am not.
Kesha. They're like, breathe in and be grateful. Ah,
It's don't knock it till you try it.
honestly, everyone. Let me just say, those downloads on the gratitude ones are gonna go way up.
Remember when I said I started every day with a gratitude meditation? Right.
Are you okay?
No. No, I'm not.
No, guys, he's not. He just had to look at 2 women passing the Bechdel test, and that was completely unacceptable for Steven Crowder. He can't watch movies that pass the Bechdel test, guys. He will die. He has a heart condition.
I'm not okay. So we've combined, I get it, everybody does it, sexual degeneracy with completely meaningless popcorn pseudo-religion packaged as though it's going to provide some sort of fulfillment.
It's not that crazy. I do the same thing with Gallagher tapes.
We know, Josh.
Yeah. Oh.
Sake
Definitely
Tanuki.
straight.
Definitely straight. Just had to gasp and stare into the camera for a full minute after watching a woman talk about what she likes. Oh no, this is scripted. Wait, do you think they actually scripted this? Also, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs if I did not say that already. Also, Dead Domain, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, come on in. We're making fun of Steven Crowder here. All right. If this is scripted, it's genuinely terrible. Like, if this is scripted, that adds an entire other realm and facet to how bad this is. Why would they script it? That's an excellent question, but like...
It's not that crazy. I do the same thing with Gallagher tapes.
We know, Josh.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, okay. I mean, like, the camera cuts...
We know, Josh.
Yeah. Oh.
Josh, you can't be doing this in here, man.
Shut up, Gerald! I'm about to finish!
No. Where's Sam? Sam! HR Sam!
What? Now that was scripted. But like, is the joke just their coworker is masturbating at work? If so, okay, but why the transgender side? Other than bigotry. He was jacking off, that's the joke? Yeah, but like, gross men at work do that in the bathroom already. They don't feel compelled to go into like a different bathroom to do it.
All right, look, we all have our flaws, but here's the thing. We're not advocating it. We're not advocating it.
No, the Sledge-O-Matic's it's my thing.
Yeah,
no, nobody advocates Gallagher.
It's his struggle, and he's working on it, and we're very proud of you. You made some good steps.
You have progress.
So, watermelon.
Let's think about this, and people will make fun of it. Oh, you old prude. They'll say boomer. It's like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea to masturbate all that often. Hypocrite. just to be clear. Okay? All men are in the 20th century.
Okay, so I'm sorry, what makes it uniquely gross for her to talk about her masturbating habits, but not uniquely gross for you and your entire studio crew to talk about it and do it like a sketch about how you're fucking yourself at work? Like, how are you, like, you immediately gave up any kind of attempt at a moral high ground here.
Okay? It doesn't mean you're a hypocrite. It just means that you fall short of your standards because men have strong sexual urges. But the reason that
But not women, though. Women don't have those strong sexual urges. Women around Steven Crowder would never have strong sexual urges.
To be fair, we are all jacking it currently.
It's true. You're all riverboat jacking. You're jack maxing, as it were. That's what the kids call it. That's what all the 18 to 25-year-olds say when they talk about watching this show. That's nailed it. Nailed the joke, nailed the reference. You all laughed. We all had a good time.
we have the prescription, hey, you know what? It's probably not good to engage in pornography, to masturbate. Now we know physiologically as well, because not only is it corrosive to your soul, but it desensitizes you.
Oh my God. When I say that I went into this blind, I need you all to understand, I did. I had no idea what a treasure trove of comedy this would be. I had no idea how much telling on himself we would experience in this one Steven Crowder segment. He's gonna promote NoFap. He is promoting NoFap. He's like, well, when you masturbate too much, you lose sensitivity. And it's like, I mean, you might be doing it wrong. Sounds like a skill issue, Steven. That's all I'm saying.
It makes sex more difficult. It's an
I'm dying. I'm dying. Masturbating, it just makes sex more difficult. What the hell? I have never seen a man openly embrace a level of sexual mediocrity like this. It's truly incredible.
An easy release, and so sometimes you'll seek that out rather than the more rewarding experience of sexual intimacy with a
amateur baiter. Oh, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, but also, like, I'm sorry, his argument. Oh my God.
Don't laugh. Steven can't risk sex being even more difficult. It's already nearly impossible for him to get someone else into the bedroom with him.
Extremely divorced man is very concerned about masturbation.
But also, like, if you masturbate, it will become too easy for you to masturbate. And then you will no longer seek out having sex because sex with yourself will be so easy and readily available. What, I've never heard this argument in my life. And the idea that he's like, I genuinely, and I was in like deep into fundamentalist Christianity for like 15, 20 years, guys. Like, I have never heard if you masturbate, you will lose interest in having sex with other people. I've just never I've never heard that. Also, and I can't believe I have to point this out, having sex and masturbating are different things that feel very different. I just they're not comparable. And also, masturbating doesn't stop you from having sex. And if it does, you're doing something wrong. God, maybe we need basic sex ed in this country, not just so that people are competent and safe when they have sex, but just so that they don't fall for bullshit like this. Also, Becoming Tanya, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much for supporting the show.
Video, but I haven't heard that.
True, not smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. Oh my god. This is incredible.
Real partner. And by the way, that doesn't mean that it has to be rose petals, and sometimes you just gotta, I get it. It's fine. It's fine.
You gotta what?
The point is, you can get yours, but it's fine. It doesn't mean that it has to be rose petals, and sometimes you just gotta, I get it.
What was that gesture supposed to mean?
And by the way, that doesn't mean that it has to be rose petals, and sometimes you just gotta, I get it.
Yeah, like, was he trying to do fisting? Like, I'm very sexually liberated. I have no idea what he's trying to do there.
It's fine. It's fine.
You got a what?
The point is, you can get yours, but it should be with the person you're committed to.
He might as well play the anti-masturbate propaganda film Stan showed in American Dad.
True. I mean, this is why he's good friends, I think, with, I think he has an association with, John Doyle, who did, like, an anti-pornography thing, like, 2 or 3 years ago that we went over.
And then, we talk about how everyone has a God-shaped hole.
I cannot. You can't be throwing that phrase around right after. No, stop it. How you fill your God-shaped hole is none of my business.
You, watching, young woman and man, but we're talking to you. You have a God-shaped hole.
Yeah, as we all know, women and men both have God-shaped holes. It's located approximately below the cleft between the cheeks.
You are not going to fill it with bullshit meditation while flicking the bean.
No, you're gonna fill it with a dildo that you bought from a store that makes sure it has flanges, okay? It is very important that when you fill that God-shaped hole, whatever you fill it with has flanges, okay? You don't want to go to the emergency room and have the doctors pulling out something from your God-shaped hole, okay?
How's your God-shaped hole doing, Jack?
My God-shaped hole right now is doing great, okay? I eat a lot of fiber. I, make sure I shower consistently. I exercise. I make sure I'm well flexible.
The G&G spot stands for God-shaped.
You guys, saucy, each and every one of you.
It's going to lead to a lonely, meaningless life if you actually see that as a productive practice. It's very different to go, yeah, I have a problem. I was, I saw the old, I watched some old Batman reruns and Julie Newmar looked at him West's face, and so I ended up spanking it in the bathroom. These are just examples. And you go, but I don't feel good about it. That's very different from proudly going, I masturbate to meditate.
Wait, so the only difference is that you should be ashamed of yourself as opposed to... as you should be ashamed of yourself and live in constant guilt as opposed to, like, just exist and, like, talk openly and honestly about yourself. in a adult space. Like, I don't know. This feels very weird. Be guilty. Feel the guilt coursing through you. What the fuck?
Read the Bible and close your legs. Here's the next thing that she
God
thinks
hole
is
the
really.
cosmic gateway to enlightenment. Let go of your earthly tether. Enter and become wind.
He's a shame jerker, huh? Yeah, of course he is. He probably gets off on it.
Cool. Me. She collects teeth.
No.
Like I collect human teeth.
Let's talk about that. What's going on?
Well, so I've been collecting them for a while now.
Okay.
And I make art out of them. I have my cats had to get their little teeth taken out because they were, I don't know, their little kitty wisdom teeth.
Because I wanted the
those
teeth.
Too. I'm like the tooth fairy.
And didn't fans like used to send you their teeth?
Yeah. No, they still do.
And did you ask for that?
Yes.
What? How did that come?
I tweeted it.
You said what?
Can you send me your teeth?
Just like, send me your teeth. Good morning. Hit me up.
Love you.
And what did you want to do with the teeth?
Well, so I make art. I make jewelry. I've made a crown, like a headdress. I made a belt.
Can I just say something real quick? And this might make me seem weird. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. She genuinely let her have hobbies. You know, like, she's not getting the teeth unethically. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, that's deeply weird, but also there are a lot of things that are deeply weird. Collecting Star Wars action figures that you're just going to leave in their boxes and sit on a shelf. That's also deeply weird. But, like, I don't have any judgment for people who do that. And kind of in a similar vein, like, I think, like, people who get really into taxidermy, I think that's weird as fuck. But also, none of my business. It's none of my business, and, like, you can have your hobby. Like, that's fine. I only find it weird as fuck because I'm creeped out by taxidermy, and I'm scared of them in the same way I'm scared of creepy dolls, in that in the nighttime and in the darkness, I'm a little worried that they're going to come alive and do a Toy Story in the worst possible sense. As opposed to, like, okay, she wants to make jewelry out of teeth. All right, that's fine. People have been making jewelry out of teeth since the dawn of time. So, like, I don't know. It's better than, like, George Washington's dentures, right? Like, she's getting these teeth a lot more ethically than George Washington got his. Tell you that much. Wait, you're scared of dollas? I'm scared of old porcelain dolls. I think they're creepy as fuck. Old porcelain dolls, American Girl dolls, I'm afraid of them. I think they're scary. I don't think I'm alone in this.
Horse. I don't know how long I can.
Are you okay?
No. So this is the thing too. It's this look at me culture. It's an attention economy with women. Very rarely, when you tune in, do they talk about defining characteristics that will build up your character, that will form somebody of meaning, of purpose. This is cool social cred. I collect teeth. And what she's trying to do is find her thing, right? Find her identity, because it turns out people don't want to really hear whatever a 30 or 40-year-old talking about brushing their teeth with Jack Daniels. It's no fun anymore. It's not cool anymore. And this is the big problem, right? These same women, they have the attention of young women when they are young and impressionable. They give them the worst advice at that point in their lives, where it's, hey, go experience yourself with 4 years of glorified alcoholism and party and be promiscuous, right? You saw the host of this show saying, give it away on the very first date.
Yeah.
And then when women get past that point.
I mean, you can give it away on the first date. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you want to give it away on the first date because you're not interested in a date number 2. That's okay. He just invented a person. He's not. The issue is he's pretending to be mad about Kesha on Call Me Daddy, but he's not even really mad at Kesha. He's just mad at the concept of women existing. Like, he's just mad about women in general.
They don't want to face their own demons, and so they give more worse advice. You know what you should direct people to? Well, maybe now you should start living for other people. You should start esteeming other people first. You should start serving other people. Perhaps get involved with the church. Perhaps find some kind of a matriarch in your life who will actually teach you how to be a lady, hold yourself accountable for your bad decisions, warn other ladies. Instead, it's look at me. My identity now is I collect teeth. And she doesn't just collect teeth. She thinks it's really cool to keep this thing with her at all times.
Wait, the thing you're carrying isn't a tooth, right?
Oh no, that's my placenta.
What?
What? Where's that? Where did it go?
I lost my placenta. on your
Oh, it's in your ass.
Oh my God, where is your placenta? You
placenta
were
plug.
holding it. Maybe it went down into the crevices. We'll get it after.
It's in here somewhere.
You were holding your placenta earlier.
Yeah, I brought it in. So your placenta supposedly gives you second sight. Helps open your third eye. This is according to my mother. So she stuck it
also
in
an
the
idiot.
oven.
Yes.
She put it in a box. And she found it when I was like 21 years old. In the
Ever hear of
basement.
expiration
We had to, fight
dates?
for my placenta. My mom, they tried to take my placenta away from her at the hospital, and she fucking threw a conniption fit.
And she fought for it.
She fought for that. So now
I gotta be honest. Kesha is fucking funny as hell. Like, this is deeply funny to me. Like, she's just like, how'd you get those teeth? I asked for them. I was just like, send me your teeth. And people sent me teeth. Like, honestly, I'm here for it. I'm here for this energy. I'm here for, my mom fought for my placenta. And now I carry it around with me. Opens my third eye. Like, I think I honestly, vibe. I don't believe any of that shit. I don't believe anything about magical placenta powers. But I do think, you know what? It is kind of funny and like interesting that she's like walking around with a piece of jewelry with her placenta in it. That's weird. That's weird, but also like it doesn't hurt anybody. You know? Like, there's nothing about what she is doing that affects anybody else in any negative way. Like, Steven Crowder's just over here essentially complaining about this lady's accessories. This lady accessorizes in a way that I don't like, and she talks about having sexual desires. And I don't like thinking about women and sex. Like, Steven Crowder's just over here being mad that, like, he's seeing, like, a sexual adult woman who accessorizes. And honestly, that is maybe the gayest thing about Steven Crowder.
I carry it around.
She's
put
a
it in the
warrior.
oven,
Yeah.
wrapped it up in a box, stuck it in the basement. We found it. Throw it in the blender. Pop it in a necklace. Work.
Throw out the blender.
Art.
Found it.
Oh, give us a little, show to the camera.
Okay.
That's your placenta. And it's in there?
Uh-huh.
And do you travel with that everywhere?
Yeah.
What does it bring you?
I just feel like it's like
Hey,
You
I
feel
love a
it.
good ritual, right? Like I'm a cult leader. We all saw in the photo.
Go to church on Sundays.
And I just I love a ritual that
I love that they're all like heckling her, and like they all like Steven Crowder ritualistically for years had like himself strapped as if he was about to go into a gunfight. You know? Like as if Steven Crowder doesn't carry out different masculinity ritual shit for himself, you know, when it comes to his accessories. As if Steven Crowder and each one of these guys isn't like someone who would absolutely wear like a cross and attribute like some kind of supernatural significance to that. And like they're all yucking it up when like she's doing basically the same thing and like also not being a dick about it.
reminds me
You don't
of
even know.
this like
Just making it up.
esoteric world I prefer to live in.
You can't be okay.
I'm not.
No, we can't do this to you anymore.
I'm not. I'm going to look like a podling who's been fully drained.
What?
Look, there's something very telling there. Very telling. I need tradition. Yes. Yes. Human beings need tradition.
That's not what she said. She said she likes a good ritual.
Human beings need to feel like they are a part of something greater than themselves. That's something that is in us. It's part of the human condition. Anything to avoid that, Jesus.
I do have to say, I think that point is bullshit. I don't think people need to feel like they're part of something larger than themselves. I think that's just like some delusion of grandeur shit. Like the idea that you need to be, your existence needs to be, you know, more and bigger than and beyond yourself. I think it's just some like ego gone amok, you know? Like humility would benefit you, my dude.
Jesus Christ, though. Third eye opened up. Here's the thing, too. It's like, you want tradition? They want a little mysticism?
Oh yeah, Drax's storm scale. Like I'm not on board with any of her ideas, but like it's no skin off my nose if she is, you know, finding fulfillment in that.
Go through the Christian prescription. There's tradition, there's a hierarchy, there's spirituality. The problem is it comes with accountability. The problem is it comes with duty. The problem is that it comes with responsibility. Here's the flip side of that. It actually comes with results. We know when the Bible says, our God tells us, don't live an incredibly promiscuous life. That's not good for you. We know now that the more partners a young woman has, the more promiscuous they are, the higher their divorce rates, the less.
Oh, damn, Doug. Throwing your ex-wife under the bus. That's just cold.
Likely successful relationships are to be.
Also, the reason he's talking a lot about how women behave and their divorce rates is because he wants to dodge responsibility for being the one that his wife had to flee. You know?
The worst mental health outcomes they have. And by the way, it's dose dependent. It's number of partners dependent. They're more concerned.
It's number of partners dependent. Wait, Steven, pop up a chart real quick. How many partners before it's a 100% divorce rate? Like, if a young woman has 100 partners, is she guaranteed one divorce? Steven, we need to know. You can't be holding out on us like this.
On the left and the feminist left, they are more concerned and more upset with men's shows out there asking women their body count and asking the women, do you think that factors in to a good man choosing you? That's offensive. That's an invasion of privacy. You shouldn't ask that. That is more problematic than talking about a third eye and placenta and collecting teeth. They like nonsense. They make their identity built around nonsense, so long as they can avoid accountability and responsibility. And misery loves company. That's really what it comes down to.
What's incredible is that Steven Crowder has somehow managed to master the art of sounding like Bill O'Reilly, despite the fact that he's half Bill O'Reilly's age.
The women's advice podcast space self-help book, it's women who are miserable statistically. That is the most likely scenario. Women who've been sleeping around their whole lives, who either aren't married or haven't had children.
Okay, as somebody who knows quite a few women who've slept around their whole lives, or have slept around a lot, most of them are pretty happy. Like, this imagined world where, like, all these women who have had multiple sexual partners, now they live in abject misery forever. Like, actually, they don't. They're doing pretty okay. They're actually having a pretty good time. So I'm not entirely sure where he's getting this, other than projecting his own misery at being the most divorced man ever.
children who are still out clubbing. They have 50 cats. They're collecting teeth and placentas. They're very, very unlikely to be happy. But
they're very unlikely to be happy. Kesha
Everyone
seems
can
pretty
benefit from
happy.
community, but it is about support, connection, and an enriching give and take. It is not sacrifice for some nebulous greater cause. He loses this idea.
Yeah, of course. Because his idea isn't predicated on concept of community. It's predicated on the concept of like, you need to be part of the church and part of God because God is bigger than everything. It's not. He's trying to push his religion. He's not trying to actually push the idea of just community as a concept. Because of course, from the things that these women are saying that enrage him, like, they don't have anything to do with community. He's just like, you spit in the face of God, wench! And like, that's it. That's all he's got.
They're going to give your daughter advice to go down the exact same path they did. By the way, it's not a placenta of hers. She has no child. She's absolutely not.
It's her placenta that from her mom to her. Do you not know how placentas work? Sorry, I don't have patience for AI music.
One. Yeah, well, what about your driver's license? I don't have one of those either. You can't get a driver's license? No, I can get one. I just don't like the bureaucracy. I don't like standing in lines. You sound like a liar, which is like one of the worst things to be, even worse than a thief. Are you a liar? How do you pay for things, liar? I use Rumble Wallet. What's Rumble Wallet?
Oh my god, this is insufferable.
Remember yesterday, like, Joe Rogan's an idiot. And you'll see these women, they'll go, the stupid manosphere. Okay, let's assume that all of the advice is bad. I will say, I think Andrew Tate's advice as it relates to relationships, I think it's bad. I think the idea of sleeping with a lot of...
Whoa. Criticizing man advice shows? You just told us that was unacceptable. That was ungodly. Stephen, you need to know your place, sir. You can't be criticizing men. That's unacceptable.
Off by a placentimeter.
There's a lot of blood here. What could it mean? The placenta bandit has struck again. Sake, thank you for the 521 subs.
Women, I think it's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay? Doesn't mean that I hate Andrew Tate. And the good news is, he's a grown-ass man, so he'll be fine with me having a disagreement and not take it personally.
That's crazy, because two women utterly unrelated to you were talking to each other, and that seems to have enraged you, and you seem to have taken that very personally. Like, this woman collects teeth and carries around a piece of jewelry that you don't like, and you've taken it very personally, and you're very mad about it. And you wrote in the newspaper that you're mad. You published this on your channel, dog.
Disagree with that. I guarantee you he'll be okay with it. Andrew and Tristan Tate, you know that I disagree with it. Here's the difference, though. Even though they have bad advice, okay, these women have horrible advice. It's a wash.
Pemper, thank you for the 10 jewels.
Andrew Tate was a competitive kickboxer, and he's wealthy. You look at someone like Joe Rogan. I disagree with Joe Rogan's stance on a lot of drugs. I don't think that it's as mind-opening as he says. I think you're probably opening your mind and your heart to some things you probably shouldn't be.
Like demons. Like the demons.
Rogan is in his 50s and is in world-class shape and was a first mover with a podcast. Andrew Huberman doles out some advice, and I go, maybe he should have double-checked that a little bit more, and I understand some of the criticisms. Huberman is in unbelievable shape and was a doctor and is incredibly accomplished. These women have none of those positive qualities. Those two women sitting there have not had to work hard physically. They have not had to build a business in the same way from the ground up. They have not had to...
What are you talking about? Kesha's like a pop star. It takes a lot of work to be a pop star. She has to do the choreography. She has to like maintain like her body and her ability to perform. She has to foster a talent that continues to sell. Like, what are you talking about? She hasn't had to work hard. Not only that, you've got like her entire business around her music that she helps to manage. Like, also just want to point out, Kesha did get almost a perfect score on her SAT. So just like, she's also not like, as Steven Crowder would have a lot of people assume, just kind of like a flighty moron. She's extremely smart, actually, and talented. Like, I don't know, seems very obvious to me that like she's got a lot going on and it takes a lot of work and talent on her part, but you know, that's just me. And yeah, also there's a lot of stuff about like you know, her sexual assault. Like she's been through a lot and worked hard to get to where she is. Okay? And I don't think she comes from like some kind of prestige family. Or maybe she does. I don't know. Her mother, let's see, on Wikipedia it says her mother, singer-songwriter who co-wrote the 1978 single Old Flames Can't Hold a Candle to You with Hugh Moffat for Joe's Son, made popular by country music singer Dolly Parton. Yeah, so she was born to a single mom who raised her and her brother on welfare and food stamps. And yeah, it doesn't really seem like she was raised with a silver spoon in her mouth on that one. So yeah, I think it's fair to say Kesha worked pretty hard to get to where she is. I have no idea about the Call Her Daddy podcast. I don't know who's Alex Cooper runs this. I don't know. Oh, okay. I guess Call Her Daddy was bought by Barstool Sports. And that's what elevated it. I don't know what the deal is with that, but Brett Cooper's cousin, I don't think related to Brett Cooper. I think just unrelated, same last name. And I don't know if it was bought by Barstool Sports because her dad is a TV sports producer and there's like a connection there, but either way, like, I don't know, she's doing something right to have like millions of views on her podcast or whatever.
Who hold themselves accountable. They don't have an audience that will hold them accountable. If Andrew Huberman or Andrew Tate or Joe Rogan became mushmouth.
Well, no, Barstool Sports bought the podcast in like 2017. And since then, like, her podcast has gone beyond that and is now owned, I think. Holy shit. Sorry. In 2024, Cooper signed a $125 million 3-year deal with SiriusXM. Oh my god. That is an insane amount of money. Good god. All right.
And fat, guess what? Their audience would leave them because they have some expectations of excellence, even if I disagree with the advice. There is quantifiably more effort put into improving themselves than masturbating to meditations and collecting cat teeth.
Well, yeah, but those weren't the questions Like, I'm pretty sure if you asked Kesha, how should people improve their lives, her answer wouldn't be collect teeth. Like, that's clearly not advice that she's giving other people. She's just talking about what she likes. Honestly, the level of social illiteracy going on right now on Steven Crowder's part is insane. And I think relatively revealing as well. Like, it's revealing that this is just rank, essentially bigotry, misogyny. Because, like, that's what he's saying is just not what they were saying.
Can you agree with that? But it's the toxic manosphere. If you take away the advice...
Yeah, I mean, it's the toxic manosphere that's telling, like, men how to, like, that you should treat women as, like, your mom, or, like, and have them do all your shit for you, or you're telling women that, like, nah, you need to be barefoot in the kitchen all the time in order to please your man. Give up your career and pop out his babies. Blam, 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 you know? Or, like, the manosphere that is out there being like, yeah, bitches are bitches, and you need to get as many of them as you can, like Pokemans. You know? Like, it's the manosphere that is telling men that women are lesser than. That's the problem. There's nothing about anything that Kesha said that denigrates anyone else. In the at least in the clips that Steven's shown. I don't know, maybe there are clips of her shitting on men for the entire rest of the show, but I have a feeling if that was the case, Steven would be showing those clips instead. This is just bigotry.
You don't like, every single one of these mainstream or popular male-centric shows is definitely advocating for becoming physically robust, strong, healthy, grooming, being as attractive.
I mean, a lot of them do advocate for grooming. They talk about ideal fertility ages. Like Matt Walsh over there talking about the peak fertility age being in the mid to late teens.
Doing the most with what you have, achieving financial independence, right? Setting a plan for your life, going out and actually following that plan with discipline. These are all good things. They may offer some bad advice as well.
Yeah, and maybe the criticism geared towards those shows is predicated on the bad advice that they give, Steven.
These women don't do any of that. Everything is I feel. And here's another one, former Call Her Daddy guest, Charlize Theron, who also is very likely to end up alone and miserable, gave some advice to a comedian on a subway.
So what's your take?
Whenever
God, Charlize Theron, what an icon.
a guy says, I would like to make love to you.
It's an ick.
It's such an ick.
100% agree.
Yeah, you don't get that that's an ick? Just the dry heave, the little dry heave that comes with it?
This could be multiple things.
There's a lot to unpack, but actually there isn't. It's just very simple. Don't f***ing say it.
Don't say love making.
Because my vagina closes up. What?
Yours closes?
It's true.
Somebody's shocked.
Yeah, a real
All the
lady.
ladies know what I'm talking about.
Well, what is it? What is it about the word lovemaking that is such a turnoff?
Suggest intimacy.
I don't want you to make anything with me. I want you to do something with me.
Oh, do things.
Yeah, let's do it. Like, well, don't say that either. That's f***ing lame.
What can I say?
Just fuck me. Like, honestly, that's it. Like, just say that.
Honestly, I'm Team Charlize on this one, okay? Like, I think the best way to illustrate the point I believe she's trying to make here is that, like, in the year 2026, if man comes up to you and says, I want to open up your flower. I want to open up your flower and sniff it. I want to take you in. I want to experience you in all the ways. Like, that's, I think, the ick that she is talking about, you know? Open up your flower to me. It's just kind of gross. It's just kind of gross. And, you know, some people that might work on. You know, if you are going to your monthly Society for Historical Anachronism like event, maybe that would work, you know? Maybe if you are going to like the Ren Fair and like you are in character as a smarmy bard, maybe that would work, you know? But like like these are just some very niche examples where maybe the chances of success on that approach would go up. Okay?
$5 for you to never say that shit again.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. But I will say, like, there's a big difference between that and like, let's just go fuck.
Your clam must contain an amazing pearl is better than that.
I didn't Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yeah, that kind of thing works on only a very specific kind of woman. Exactly, Bemis Saberwin, right? And I think she's very correct. You know, a lot of girls, you know, and again, you have to feel it out based on the type of girl you're talking to, but a lot of girls, they just like want you to be like, let's fuck. Like that's it. It doesn't have to be like a flowery euphemism filled verbose exchange. You can just keep it clear and to the point and then let your body do the talking, you know? I don't know.
$6 to say all that shit again right now.
Nah, I'm good. But thank you for the $6. Oh god.
And I know I'm not alone in this. Okay?
That's so cool.
Okay.
She's not.
I need to take a couple of seconds here.
Do you have any more pieces of your soul to give?
No, I don't.
I guess we know that Steven Crowder is the kind of guy who's like, I want to make love to you.
I don't. I understand what she's saying there, but this is also really sad.
Do you? Because I think you're about to launch into a bunch of words that indicate you don't understand what she's saying there.
Yeah. A lot of women who were, you know, sort of browbeaten into being prudes. Sexually, there's a reason that a huge percentage of women have quote-unquote rape fantasies. Now, it's usually...
You'd be floored how well. Hi, how's your night going? Works.
It's true. Like, you can walk up to some people and then they're like, you say, hi, I'm Jack. How's your night going? And then suddenly they turn it around on you and they're like,
not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
And you're just like, oh my God, okay. Now we're cooking.
A wealthy suitor with a six-pack, not a crackhead from Somalia.
Usually.
But the reason for that is because there is something, a woman wants to feel desired. And so the idea of being ravaged, right? In other words, I get it. Sometimes it's not, oh, make love and light candlelight. Sometimes you want to feel like that man. And this is okay, women. You want...
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I'm really glad that Steven Crowder has given all of us women permission to have sexual attraction.
To feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he...
What the fuck did Somalis do? Why does the right keep going there? Because they're racists. It's not complicated. They are just racists. They are racists who have discovered that in their circles, Somali, it's okay to denigrate Somali folk because they are viewed as more acceptable targets for the racism that they feel to towards every black and brown person. Like that's it. It's just seen as an acceptable vehicle for their racism. And of course, it's not, just to be perfectly clear. Also, Mealy Bun, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate you.
Can't keep his hands off of you. Yeah, that's in you. That's okay. That's fine. That's healthy. Here's the thing. You know where you are safest to actually express that and experiment? Once you're in a relationship with someone who you know loves you and is going to be there the next morning. It's not guesswork. It's enjoy.
I mean, none of it should be guesswork. You just talk to your partner about what you want to do. That's why getting consent is so important. That's it. And that's why consent is important the first time you agree to have sex, and it's important every time you agree to have sex. You can experiment all you want as long as there is consent from both parties. You don't need necessarily to be in a committed relationship to experiment, though you might want to be to develop a sense of safety. But you can, in fact, just experiment with one night stands as long as you have that clear and direct communication.
Enjoying each other in a multitude of ways. I am not saying that everything has to be lovemaking. Women who are in long-term relationships who maybe did it the wrong way, hey, here's your chance, comment section. Give advice to young women. Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you rather than...
Steven knows all about this, ladies. He doesn't need your input on this one. Unlike Sake, I have nothing funny and clever to say. That's okay, Mithril. We love you anyway.
Someone who's held animalistically. Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you rather than someone who's actually using you. It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level, meaning the man he just everything about you is sexually attractive. He's going to. It's okay. That means that you do it for him. I get it. I understand it. By the way, men feel.
Of course you get it and understand it, Steven.
Of course.
I'm dying. Oh. Yeah, he gets it. It's all, yeah. He's right there with us, ladies.
The same way sometimes. That's why, you don't see men get furious about the kids who end up sleeping with their teachers, because we're like, we get it. We know that he's not complaining. His friend ratted on him.
Oh my God. Steven. You immediately come and you're like, yeah, and men don't get mad at pedophilia. What? What the fuck? The twists, the turns, the self-reports? My God. This entire thing. Oh my God. Yeah, us men, we don't get mad about students sleeping with teachers. Like, what the fuck?
What the hell is going on with these people for reals?
With their teachers sometimes. That's why, you don't see men get furious about the kids who end up sleeping with their teachers, because we're like, we get it. We know that he's not complaining. His friend ratted on him.
Do you think that Steven realizes that he just said men are totally fine with pedophilia? Do you think he realizes what he just said? Men never get mad about pedophilia when it's a boy sleeping with his teacher. Like, wow.
Understand how it works. No one here is saying you have to, but when you live your whole life and you have no meaningful relationships and you stay away from intimacy and it's devoid of meaning, guess what? That's when you feel dirty, and that's when it comes with the bad mental health outcomes. So let's go through the advice if you were to follow what they tell you. Masturbate to gratitude affirmations that were generically created by AI on an app. Collect teeth. Carry your placenta around. Make sure you tell everybody about it. Give it up on the first date. Avoid Christianity and the accountability, but New Age spirituality that provides no actual solutions or any type of prescriptions. Feminism is great. You should hate men. That brings you to misinformation.
That isn't even... Like, he's now materializing points that were never made in any of the clips that he showed. But I do want to say, any of the things that he's listing as negatives here pale in comparison to the fact that he just out loud, without any semblance of recognition of what he said, talked about how men think it's acceptable for to be pedophiles. And yet he's continuing to talk as if he has any kind of moral high ground whatsoever. When he, not only did he just say, well, like, oh, men believe that it's fine to be pedophiles, but he was like, this is why men are okay with pedophilia, because men just are inherently wired for it. Inherently wired like that to accept pedophilia. I don't know about you guys. I don't think that's true at all. I actually have a much higher opinion of men than that. But, like, this is deeply gross.
And you'll live a happier life. Sure, you'll probably die alone or 3 times divorced, but, you know.
Man, you are the last person on earth who should be talking about other people being more divorced.
You know what? At least you'll have a lot of attention. A lot of people are going to take note of your collected teeth and placentas. Also, just in case this seems like you're a little bit self-absorbed, don't worry. Just call everyone else the narcissist.
My guy, you literally on screen right now have 2 different things with your name on it on either sides of you. Got the Crowder in big neon lights behind you, and you're lecturing other people about being self-absorbed because they went on a podcast. Okay.
By the way, how much you want to bet that all these women, their ex-boyfriends, the ones without
Oh, sorry, 3. That's right. It's below the
teeth, the ones who weren't carrying around placentas, the ones who weren't talking about masturbating to meditations. How much you want to bet it was those boyfriends who were narcissists, or if they actually were self-conscious, reverse narcissists?
I mean, just real quick here, do want to point out that, you know, Kesha has had some problems with her ex-boyfriends. Just as an FYI. Let's just pull this up real quick. Yeah. In October of 2014, Kesha sued producer Dr. Luke for sexual assault and battery, sexual harassment, gender violence, and emotional abuse, and violation of California business practices, which had occurred over 10 years working together. And eventually that got thrown out because the rape allegations, one that had occurred in 2005, the other in 2008, had only 5 years statute of limitations for each one. So, yeah. I think maybe she's aware of predatory individuals out there, bud.
I had a narcissistic boyfriend.
I dated a narcissist for nearly a decade.
You are always asking about narcissism, and we throw this term around a lot, but does anyone actually know what it means?
So I can tell you the exact moment that I realised one of my ex-partners was a narcissist.
I actually suspect that he's a narcissist.
Why are you look at how widespread people talking about narcissistic boyfriends is. That's why we had to find a bunch of social media clips from 2022 about the topic in 2026.
No narcissistic man in the history of the world has ever treated a woman right.
Is there a narcissist in your life? We discuss the red flags
listening to one.
of narcissism.
Would also attract narcissists.
I thought I'd just come on here and expose my narcissist ex-boyfriend.
Oh, they're narcissistic. I don't want to date them.
I realized at the end of the relationship that he was a narcissist.
Give step-by-step instructions on what to do if you decide you need out of a narcissistic relationship.
For 42 years.
As we all know, no man has ever done anything wrong. No man has ever done anything wrong. It's true. A lot of people won't tell you this, but anyone who tells you that men have done anything wrong, they are just man haters. It's true. Andrew Wilson has opened every jar of pickles he's ever opened. In fact, it's something of a superpower. Google Andrew Wilson pickle jar to know the truth.
I was married to a man who believed he was the center of the universe. Back then, we didn't call it narcissism.
Your boyfriend is a narcissist?
You guys run into...
I gotta be honest with you, showing a bunch of clips of just random women online complaining about narcissists and then acting really offended at this concept really seems like a self-report to me, bruh.
You guys run into someone like this where, I don't know, they're collecting teeth or placenta, or they're out clubbing all the time, or they go out to parties and girls' trips and don't tell you about it, and then you actually have some expectations or boundaries or some type of moral prescription, and they tell you that you're trying to control them because you're a narcissist. Well, they broadened the term of narcissism, by the way, and 75% of actual diagnoses in borderline personality disorders are women. So, hey, women, find a better place to get advice and don't keep destroying your soul. This has been Call Me Daddy. Let's just go. You know how to join up. We have to go.
That's right, women. You should all listen to this man, Steven Crowder, who's an expert on all things ladies.
Go to Rumble Premium because I've gone over time. If you're not a member, you're going to go watch Haley Coronia, but I don't have it in me anymore. I don't have it in me.
Why did he cite BPD? Genuinely, I have no idea, because BPD is not narcissism. It's very genuinely bizarre. I gotta be honest, this all just strikes me as a petty thing that he put out there because maybe his ex-wife listens to Call Me Daddy, or something that he put out there because his ex-wife has accused him of being a narcissist. It kind of seems to me like all of this is just him shadowboxing his ex-wife because he's that kind of freak, you know? On top of, also, he's deeply in the closet. And I think him being in the closet and shadowboxing his ex-wife makes this entire thing make so much more sense as a segment that he would do. God. It would make sense. True. True. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Steven Crowder is definitely fallen off quite a bit. I don't know if he's continuing to fall off over on Rumble. Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, he's doing pretty okay on Rumble. I know that he's one of the most viewed channels over on Rumble. Yeah, he gets 1 million views per show over there. But his YouTube audience has fallen off a bit. The video we just watched has below 100,000 views, though. You know, like, he's doing better than the Daily Wire, though. I'll give him that. He's doing much better than the Daily Wire.
But is he far enough in the closet to have seen Narnia?
No, because if he had seen Narnia, he would have been getting it on with that twinky little goat man. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, something Aslan, deep magic penetration, something. There was a joke there, and my brain just didn't come up with it fast enough. Professor Tumnus could do way better than Steven. Maybe so. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, do the button thing, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm for whatever reason. And also, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Go to the meetings, get organized, because we live in a time of political turmoil, and we need to be organized lest we all be swept away by the shifting tides. So, all that being said, if you need help getting started, join our Discord and reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfy, it is sexy, it fits, and it's non-tucking lingerie. So go check that out. ImogeneOlivia.com. There is a link down in the description. And let's keep on going. Woof. We did it. We made it through another segment. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Are you still looking for photos, Jack? I need to ask Clarice. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're looking for photos at this time. Still chuckling at placenta meter. It was very good. Jack, can you erase that from my memory? Not with that extreme cranial trauma. My stomach hurts. I'm sorry. That was painful. It was painful. It was painful as hell. Also, folks, getting really close to that 500 sub limit. Then we can watch some analog horror. We're making some progress. Yeah, oh, Witchy Woman, we talked about that earlier. That did suck. Also, I saw someone in chat ask a question. Let me see if I can dig it back up. Ah, here we go. Typonomicon. I'm behind, so you've probably moved on, but what would your advice be if the Virginia governor came to you over voting rights? I would say, genuinely, do whatever you gotta do to get that gerrymander passed. Because Republicans are doing whatever they need to do to get those passed. We gotta be able to think outside the box and take advantage of non-conventional solutions. There are solutions out there that are, again, just outside the realm of normality, but I think Democrats need to become more accustomed to operating outside of what has traditionally been seen as acceptable politics, because Republicans have killed acceptable politics in this country. We are operating in the cool zone now, fully and completely. You must exercise today, the fascist did? I did exercise today. just joined. Have we talked about the potential new plague? I haven't, just because from what research I did on, the hantavirus or whatever it's called, it seems like the main problem that precludes it from becoming like a full-blown COVID style like lockdown event is the fact that it's pretty deadly, like to a degree that is not conducive to it becoming a pandemic. Like it would need to evolve to be less deadly and have a like higher transmissibility rate. Max Danger, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. We are almost halfway to our goal. The fact that it's extremely deadly makes it worse. I mean, it makes it worse if you catch it. The reason it is not likely to become a pandemic illness is because a pandemic illness relies on a living host to transmit it. So if something kills you really fast, it doesn't successfully transmit very well. Like, yeah. Amber Brains, thank you for the $5 dono, getting us up, racking those numbers up. Thank you very, very much.
I dono ghost for analog horror. Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah, like the reason COVID was a problem was because it was pretty deadly, but it also had like a long load time, long incubation period during which it was contagious. So like people were sick with it and would walk around and spread it. That's harder to do if it just kills you in a matter of days. I have a serious question. I've been told I'm going to have to go to gym after my CT surgery, but I have an almost trauma response to the idea of going to a gym. Any ideas? It depends on so a couple of things. One, you might be able to go to like a physical rehab like facility instead of like a gym. Which might functionally have the same things, but maybe might be more like psychologically palatable. Alternatively, depending on the kind of physical rehab they want you to do, you might be able to get like an at-home machine or do at-home exercises. The only thing is you have to be sure to like actually do them, because like the number one thing that like fucks people up post-surgery is like getting lazy about doing the rehab exercises. You got to do them. Got to do them and you got to keep doing them. Super, super important. So I'm not sure what exercises you have to do. But I will also say a good pair of headphones and like something to take your attention can really, really help with exercise. And probably also with kind of that trauma response around exercise too. Also, Becoming Tanya, thank you for the additional 5 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go. Basic CT exercise. Okay. Yeah, then I think you might be able to do that like with a home device. But alternatively, like yeah, getting some headphones and like a really, really good distraction can really help. I know it helps me. exercise doesn't work. Don't you know the body is a battery that runs out of energy? Okay. Let's talk about Iran. Let's get into our next segment here, folks. We'll talk about Iran. It shouldn't be very long, just kind of a Iran update, if you will. Just pull this up. Top is really cute. Thank you. Also, I've been doing my weight workouts, so I'm getting a little muscly. It's not super impressive yet, but you know, I'm getting there. Little changes. Is that top from your store? No, this top I think is from Disturbia, I want to say. Awooga, Clueless. Also, okay, can I also just want to make an off-topic announcement here real quick. Real quick, let's pull this up. Yeah, I think this is very important. Okay, so I know the other day I talked about the Clueless cinematic universe, and I want to really put out there that I have since gone down a bit of a rabbit hole, and I think for a fun stream at some point in the future, I'm going to like corkboard and yarn it, and just like show you just how many properties are connected to the Clueless universe. And just want you to know, for actual honest to God real life, the universe of the Clueless movie and the universe of the xenomorph from Aliens, they share the same universe. I want you to sit with that knowledge. I want you to sit with this knowledge. Cher Horowitz and the Xenomorph exist in the same universe. Yup. Make this make sense? Well, essentially, folks, the Clueless universe has a crossover with the Sabrina the Teenage Witch universe. And it crosses over in the Clueless television show, where Sabrina Spellman pops into the Clueless high school and then like magically teleports herself out of that. Okay? Now this is very important because it isn't in a dream, it happens in the show as like a post-credits gag on like season 1 episode like 8 or something like that. Okay? Now, the interesting bit about this is that the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show and subsequent comics has had a lot of different crossovers. It's had crossovers with the DC universe, with the Marvel universe, it has had crossovers also, interestingly, with the Archie universe. Now, the Archie universe is basically connected to everything. Like through the Archie universe, you have connections with like Star Trek, Doctor Who, you have connections with all kinds of other shit. There's also connections with the Alien universe. Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Punisher. Like, so I want you to know, canonically, the Clueless universe is in the same universe as DC Comics and Marvel at the same time. So there's also a lot of other stuff, but I think seeing just how deep this this rabbit hole goes, I think would be very, very interesting. Wait, isn't Sabrina the Teenage Witch a direct spin-off of Archie? Yes. So it's really the Archie cinematic universe? No, because I'm going to be tracing all of the cinematic universes that Clueless is connected to. Clueless, I tell you, Clueless! Do. I'm not sold on this. I think it'd be fun. Do. And it's all connected to the supernatural universe. Indeed. We're doing a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. You guys get it. You guys get it. Do. My live feed keeps stopping on GG. Anyone having any issues? I'm not having issues on my end. Can't speak to other folks, maybe. Well, Eleanor L. Duriel, Diarel, God, I fucked that one up. Maybe. I don't know how deep this rabbit hole goes. All right. Let's see. You guys ready to talk about Iran? Do. See, 1 second. Dead air, nothing but dead air. All holes are God-shaped. Hell yeah, Paladin. You guys ready? Dead air, woo. Everybody loves to hear the dead air, woo. Is there a Dr. Hardhole? Wouldn't you love to know? All right, here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about Iran. Because the United States president decided to go to war with Iran for no reason, and now global prices are jumping and skipping and bopping around. It's crazy. We'll take a look at that link after we finish this segment, Sake, but thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. So, essentially here, folks, what we've got is a scenario where Donald Trump is insane, and he's also deliberately trying to play up his insanity. So it's just absolutely baffling to watch. Here's just a quick exchange from earlier today.
After these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. It's they trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
Yes, could you give us an update on what is the latest in those talks?
No, it's going. The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain. They're going to have a lot of pain. They want to sign it. I will tell you, they want to sign it a lot more than I do.
What was the response?
I think that's what you want to hear, fellas. Right? What you want to hear, a different tone. That's the only thing that they understand. They don't understand it. We had.
So yeah, he's threatening to nuke Iran again. Like, there's no other way really of interpreting one big glow coming out of Iran. So, you know, he's trying to play up, I'm a madman, you never know what I'm gonna do, could bomb you, could hug you, who knows, I'm a wacky guy. And like, that's just not going to work with Iran, because when you're trying to forge an international agreement, especially with a country that has historically viewed you with distrust, the number one thing that is not going to help you reach an agreement with them is fostering more distrust on purpose. And Trump seems to think that, like, kind of doing this, I'm a wacky and crazy guy, never know what I'm going to do, might hit that button that launches nukes, haha. Like, he thinks that that's going to make them afraid, and they're going to come to the negotiating table and beg for scraps. And like, that's just not what's going to happen here. And essentially, all of this comes as Donald Trump, you know, sent 3 destroyers through the Strait of Hormuz in violation of, you know, the kind of state of affairs that has been set up as kind of like this, you know, ceasefire arrangement here. And by sending those 3 destroyers through the Strait of Hormuz, that led Iran to launch missiles at these destroyers. The missiles were intercepted, and in response, well, Donald Trump has phrased this as, let's just see here. Yeah. The U.S. responded to the Iranian strike by targeting Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces, including missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance nodes, according to CENTCOM. And Donald Trump characterized that as just a love tap. And meanwhile, Iran is saying that civilian areas were hit. And like, it's weird. It's just weird. And off-putting. Like, look at this.
The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal. But I think Project Freedom is good, but I think we have other ways of doing it also. We may go back to Project Freedom if things don't happen, but should it be Project Freedom Plus, meaning Project Freedom Plus other things? The Prime Minister.
So, what is he trying to say there? The quote is, we may go back to Project Freedom, but it would be Project Freedom Plus, meaning Project Freedom plus other things. So, like, Donald Trump's like, well, the ceasefire is still in effect, but also we might nuke Iran. Also, anytime we bomb them, it's just a love tap, but also we might re-engage in direct hostilities with a new military operation called Project Freedom Plus. And like, it's just insane nonsense that changes on a moment-to-moment basis. It's very, very weird. Does Freedom Plus come with a subscription? Yeah, 10,000 dead Americans every year. All of this, of course, predictably, has caused gas prices to spike. And I'd love to play for you guys this video. Just a little compilation video.
What should Congress do about gas prices at $4.11 national average?
Well, there's nothing we can do.
I mean, I don't like to brag about all the expensive places I've been, but earlier today I went to the gas station.
Gasoline and diesel fuel and oil is a product of the conflict in Iran.
How do you square that patience with impatience with gas prices under Biden when it at times is $3.30, $3.40?
I don't have to square anything with you, okay?
Politicians should not get a free pass on the ridiculously high energy prices under the Biden administration.
Do you think that the war should stop because of this? How patient can you be?
About energy prices.
Just because gas prices have come down a little bit, they're still really high.
$4.30 gas prices. Do you think the war in Iran has gone on long enough?
Americans are not
like, they're literally fleeing questions on gas prices.
joyful when they go to the gas station and fill up their car.
Gas prices at $4.30 national average. Do you think the Iran war has gone on long enough?
Oh, it's not about how long it goes on. It's about how it ends.
Americans are so displeased with.
Like, these guys are literally, for the last, like, 4 years, they were talking about high gas prices being the bane of all Americans' existence, and now the second that it comes to, like, bombing Iranians, they're like, well, if it means that Americans have to pay,
Jack,
that's fine.
I always enjoy your streams.
Hamma there, Sig. I'm glad you are enjoying the ride. Here's to another 35 months. Thank you for subscribing. Very much appreciated.
Gas prices, they're slapping these Biden "I did that" stickers on the pumps.
We ought to drag those oil companies in and chew them out. I think they're gouging.
In my state, average price of a gallon of gas has gone from just over $2 to now well over $3. And it is the policies of this administration that's causing it.
How do you explain the patience for prices around $4 a gallon now?
Because the difference is solving the problem, not creating a higher price environment like
You literally created the higher prices, though. Like, Iran wasn't like charging tolls or stopping the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz until the United States attacked Iran. Until we did that. Donald Trump did that.
The Biden administration was doing with the Green New Deal.
We're pumping more oil and gas than we ever have before. Well, then why aren't prices coming down at the pump?
Gasoline is a commodity that has a worldwide price structure. So I have patience for now.
Buttigieg is talking about, Teslas and battery-powered cars while the American people can't afford gas.
We'll get gas prices down. It's just we're going through the important resetting the stage on Iran.
If you've got a job, you have to travel to your job. That means that it's going to cost you more to travel.
It's a small price to pay whenever you consider that he's saving millions of lives in the future.
Record gas prices, I know they're down a little bit, but nationally 60%.
By the way, Republicans have never been interested in short-term payments to save millions of lives in the future. Literally never. Like, we could be doing that right now about so many fucking things, and we don't, because Republicans do not give a shit about that.
Higher than they were when Biden took office.
What do you hear from your constituents about gas prices? Do they also see this as just a short-term thing?
I hope so. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm communicating this. We have to do this.
Well, I certainly hope so. What the hell? Hell, Republicans are even against preventative medicine now. Like, RFK Jr. going out there being like, if you die, you die. Your genes were too weak. That was a terrible RFK Jr. voice, but I think you got the idea.
What happened with Project Freedom, Mr. President? Why was that suspended? Administration officials were talking about this being the next phase of the war.
Really wonderful leadership at place. As you know, Pakistan has been fantastic, and their leaders have been fantastic. The Field Marshal and the Prime.
I do just want to emphasize here. Let's see. So she asks, why was that suspended? And I want you to really listen to how long it takes him to remember the word Pakistan.
Leadership at
Sorry.
Administration officials were talking about this being the next phase of the war.
Really wonderful leadership at place. As you know, Pakistan has been fantastic, and their leaders have been fantastic. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And they asked us
that was
not
a solid,
to do it. We'll go back to it if
long
we have
period
to.
Of time.
They asked us not to do it during the negotiation.
Are you considering maybe going back to that now that gas prices are more than $4.50?
It could. Well, no, gas prices have come down today. Have you looked? They've come down very substantially today. The gas prices. You know what's happened?
Gas prices for everyone. They came down. They came down today. They came down from their all-time high. They came down today. They're still very high, but they're down from where they were. Idiot.
Today, gas prices are way down, and the stock market is way up today. So gas prices have come down, and I saw today that they broke negatively. In other words, to our positive position, they broke our way very substantially. And when the war is over, gas will fall down at levels that you've never seen before. You'll be down to where you were, maybe even lower.
What happened?
That's so cool, though. You could just end the war and the gas prices would come down. So why don't you do that? Seems like something you could do as president. I don't know. Just an idea, just a thought. But yeah, I mean, like, right now, where things stand with Iran is that the United States has made like a proposal. Iran has yet to respond to it, and we don't really know what's going to happen. However, we do know one thing, which is that the IRGC released a map to indicate where they intend to control the Strait of Hormuz officially. Here's this map courtesy of Al Jazeera. released a map on May 4th, 2026, defining a maritime zone between Kashem Island and Al Qawain in the west and Mount Mubarak and Fujairah in the east, over which it claims authority over maritime traffic. Here you can see. And yeah, this is going to go over like an entire sack of bricks with basically everyone in the world. But at this point, it kind of seems like maybe it's a negotiating tactic. Because number one, of course, Iran would love to charge tolls through the Strait of Hormuz. But it might just be a negotiating tactic to say, hey, we're going to keep solidifying our demands for this until you actually come to the negotiating table. And maybe we'll drop our demand for this if you drop your demand of like, you know, controlling our nuclear enrichment or whatever. You know, and we can come back to the negotiating table on those two things later. But at the moment, it does not seem like there is any compelling reason for Iran to essentially surrender to the United States. Like that's even how a lot of mainstream news outlets here in the States have been framing what Iran would be doing. And I gotta be honest with you guys, there is no geopolitical reason for Iran to capitulate. Like, their entire war strategy is making their control over the Strait of Hormuz so painful that no one will ever be willing to do what the United States has done ever again. And they have the capacity, you know, like the current US blockade strategy, right? To blockade their lockdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Their entire strategy right now relies on, or the US strategy relies on there being economic pain being imposed by this blockade of Iranian ports, you know, preventing any of these tankers from getting out that Iran wants to allow through. And that only works if you assume that Iran is taking ongoing economic damage from this action that the United States is doing. And I want to make it clear, it costs a lot of money to maintain this US blockade, okay? And the issue here is that Iran can actually just switch its oil production into kind of an internal consumption mode where they just use their own oil internally to the country instead of exporting it. Meaning their gas prices would actually go down, oddly enough. And also they can shift their exports to overland corridors that are harder for the United States to lock down. They have one such corridor with Pakistan, actually. So a lot of what the US strategy relies on, inflicting economic and domestic pain on Iran, it's just not happening. Or at least it's not happening to a degree that is bad enough for anything to shift or happen. Now, some geopolitical experts estimate that it might take as many as 6 more months before Iran starts feeling any real internal pressure from the United States' tactics. And I just got to say, if we're looking at this blockade continuing until like November or December of this year, the amount of economic damage on the world is going to be truly incalculable. Like, it's going to have so many knock-on effects. Like, even if you look at right now, there's a Diet Coke shortage because the cost of the aluminum market has been absolutely decimated because I think around like 10%, 9% of the world's aluminum goes through like a smelting facility or smelting facilities in the Middle East that then go through the Strait of Hormuz. And like that's going to also have effects on beer, on Coke, like other Coke products, obviously. Like there are so many knock-on effects, and that isn't even talking about agriculture. I've been talking in the past about how like not insignificant amount of fertilizer goes through the Strait of Hormuz. A lot of farmers in the United States aren't even planting crops this year. Like, that's how bad this is. Is it the cans? Yeah, the aluminum is in the cans. That's what your average can is made out of. So like, the economic effects of this are going to be colossal. And I'm not just saying on the United States, I'm saying on like a global scale. You're going to start seeing famine spread. You're going to start seeing entire economic sectors start to shut down or even shrink or shrink outright. You're going to start seeing a lot of suffering. And also, you're going to see a repositioning. It was interesting to me. I was looking at some of the, but think of the poor farmers who voted for MAGA. And like, I was looking at that and going kind of down this rabbit hole about it. And what struck me was that a lot of them assumed that they were going to get bailed out by the Trump administration again. And they assumed that they, as American farmers, were not replaceable, meaning that like other farmers in other parts of the world wouldn't be able to like keep up with like their level of production, that other countries need American farmers, etc. And like, that's not necessarily the case. Other places can grow soybeans. Other places can grow these staple crops that we have actually been exporting for years. And like, the money isn't coming to bail them out this time. And Donald Trump, he's already been reelected. He doesn't give a shit about giving money to these farmers to get like another term. Like, he's on his way out. And so like, what's happening, what is going to happen here, and what we're seeing the early stages of it, is that there's going to be a whole lot of economic pain kind of baked into what's going to happen in the United States. And again, that's not even talking about like what's happening in South Korea or Japan or other countries that heavily relied on the energy exports that go through the Strait of Hormuz, you know? And the economic effects of this are going to be wide ranging. And essentially, the point I'm trying to make here is that the longer this goes on, which, you know, we're looking at like 6 more months minimum for Iran to really start feeling this, right? That just benefits and increases the leverage that Iran has. So what I'm trying to make apparent to you guys is that Donald Trump is effectively a wild animal with its foot caught in a trap. The longer it stays there, the worse it is going to get. There is not a way out of this where like for Donald Trump to really get what he wants and is demanding. So I'm really not sure how this goes anyway, other than everyone gets hurt by this until Donald Trump gives up. And I don't know how when that point is going to be, when his ego actually gives. So that's kind of where we're at with Iran, without really opening up the whole can of worms, because like, when we start looking at what Israel is doing everything it can to maximize its land grab against Lebanon, and they're escalating their attacks on Gaza. They're cutting off food. They are it's basically just a continuing slow roll of a genocide, and it's pretty fucking disgusting what Israel continues to do. Yeah, it's this entire scenario with Iran and Israel's war of aggression, Donald Trump just going along with it for the shits and giggles, like, we are just now in a global crisis for no reason other than abject cruelty and ego. And it's fucking gross. It makes me feel disgusted and angry. And if you guys feel like that too, the best way to channel that energy is into organizing. Because by our lonesome, we are not very powerful. But when we organize together, when we organize with like-minded people, when we organize our communities, when we organize our workplaces, that's where we find actual power to change things for the better. So I'm going to say, as I do at the end of every segment we do, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Make your Dems more progressive. Make your Dems more anti-war. Make your Dems better. And make your DSA more effective. And organize with local labor. Okay? It is only through organizing that we can actually exercise the power of democracy. And that's what we need to do. Like, we are fucked in a million different ways right now, but when we come together, we can stand in solidarity with one another and make our country better, our city better, our state better, and the world a better, kinder place. And we can, in fact, end genocide. So, all that being said, folks, get organized. If you need help taking those first steps, join our Discord or head over to riverboat.gg over here, and you can reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, and you can reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And with that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. It feels great, and it looks even better than it feels. So check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. We're fucked in a million ways, but we're hundreds of millions strong. Hell yeah, Tanya. Hell yeah. Oof. And if you guys have been enjoying the show, also consider hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button, and consider financially supporting the show, because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And let's click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. I say the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Too true, Super Fluke. Let's go. PJ Blazer, you're welcome to share anything you want in the riverboat.gg chat. Now, we have been going for over 4 hours. Let's see. God. You know what? We're gonna bump that to next time I stream. Just because I need to do more research on it. Incredible stuff. This will be very useful for my Clueless cinematic universe. Thank you, PJ Blazer. Oh, we have not looked at Sake's length.
As if
Thank
you
you for the
already
reminder.
needed a reason to hate Ben-Gvir.
I do need more reasons, always. Zateo. Ooh. This is Israel, where they celebrate birthdays by wishing death upon others. Diana Butu writes about Ben-Gvir's the right-wing fascist Israeli minister who represents now how genocidal Israeli society has become. Israel's national security minister celebrated his birthday with a noose cake. To mark his 50th birthday, his wife brought him a cake with his favorite symbol on it, a noose. The cake, of course, is referring to the recent Knesset passing of the racist death penalty law, which mandates the execution of some Palestinian prisoners. Why would his wife get him such a cake? Because Ben-Gvir is obsessed with killing, starving, and torturing Palestinians. God. Itamar Ben-Gvir is genuinely like an insanely hateful bigot. He just one of the most awful men. God. Yeah, no, he got a fucking cake with lynching iconography on it because he just loves lynching so much. I want to remind you guys, he's a convicted terrorist too. He's a convicted terrorist, but because he is like Jewish and the law that he just passed only affects Palestinians, he would be exempt from execution under any law, under this law about mandating execution of terrorists. Genuinely disgusting. Jewish Israeli. Well, yeah, it is important that he is a Jewish Israeli man. Like, under Israeli law that he helped pass, he, by virtue of being Jewish in Israel, is subject to different laws than someone who's Palestinian. So fucking gross. Yeah, the political electorate in Israel is very cooked.
He and his ilk have also been wearing gold noose pins through the passing of that law and since.
Jesus. Yeah, no, I saw the video of him coming out and celebrating the passage of that law with champagne. The irony of it made me want to vomit. It's genuinely horrifying. Oh yeah, Netanyahu gave Fetterman a gold pager too. Yeah. All right. Let's jump into... Well, folks, we are 40 subs away from our goal. And the analog horror are... You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. I've been meaning to do this for the last couple days. All right.
Me when all those who enable the genocide go to The Hague.
I mean, like, genuinely, these people are among some of the most evil to ever walk the earth. Like, I don't know. Like, the level of delusion they must live in and under to believe that they are good people, it's very... I don't know how you come back from that. Does The Hague give death penalties? Also, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. All right. Oof. I got some content for you. Hello, Solid Snake 69. Let's go. Let's do another segment, huh? So, folks, we gotta talk about, you know, this voter law that got struck down. You might have heard of it, the Voting Rights Act. Basically, what prevents the United States from being an apartheid system, what ended Jim Crow in this country. Yeah, well, the Supreme Court of the United States killed that. And, you know, there's a bunch of nuanced takes on it. So I thought we'd go take a look. There aren't nuanced takes on it. But I thought we'd go look and see what Crystal and Sagar have to say about the death of the Voting Rights Act. Let's jump into it, shall we?
Make sure that we cover this Supreme Court decision, which I think could be very significant. Let's put this up on the screen. So this is a real curtailing of the some aspects of the Voting Rights Act, in particular, the drawing of these majority-minority districts to make sure there is Black representation is most significant in the South. And the Supreme Court kind of split the difference, or they tried to sort of split the difference in terms of their decision. But it still looks like the outcome is going to be fairly significant in the ability of states, and it was Louisiana's map that was being challenged in particular, and the ability of southern states to redraw their maps and eliminate their majority-minority districts. So the Cook Political Report analyzed what the impact would be, along with Larry Sabato's Crystal Ball, which is published by University of Virginia Center for Politics. And they both estimated that this could result in roughly 7 House seats shifting to the GOP. So, you know, the redistricting wars are fully on, launched, of course, by Trump originally. You've had California and Virginia, I think a couple other blue states that are redrawing their maps to optimize for Democrats. There are some other states, like Illinois is one that hasn't gone yet, that could do that. Apparently, you know, there's a possible New York gerrymander. So there are some compensating moves that Democrats could make, but obviously this is a significant win for Republicans in terms of trying to redraw the maps to be more favorable to them. And it also, I mean, in a lot of these states will effectively cement like one-party control. In a lot of these states, the only district that Democrats win are these majority minority districts that have been, have been protected by the Voting Rights Act.
About it, because on the merits, it's a ridiculous policy because the policy stems from the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And not to get too granular, because I spent a lot of time actually reading about this.
Gotta get so granular, Sagar.
This voting rights provision when I was doing a lot of research on affirmative action.
Yeah.
The principle of American jurisprudence is that you have to prove intent. Now, this Voting Rights Act actually obfuscates the proven racial discrimination and assumes racial discrimination on the basis of something called dilution. Dilution says that the mere presence of minority populations there without representation is evidence of discrimination itself.
Yeah, because it was passed during the 1960s after like 60 plus years of Jim Crow. Like, yeah, they had to talk about it this way because no politician, even during like Jim Crow, was going out and saying, yeah, I hate black people and they should be disenfranchised. Like, no one was doing that because no one is that stupid, even in politics, right? So the problem with proving intent is that it is incredibly difficult unless you have some pretty explicit cases of someone saying, like something like definitively proving that they have racist intent, right? Like, I've been on the internet, right? I've had this internet show around for a while. And like when I was just starting out, especially, there would be white supremacists. I was on like the panel show debate circuits and stuff. But like people would want to like debate me or whatever, and that means I've talked to a lot of like white nationalists. I've talked to like a lot of people who are essentially just a hair's breadth away from being a KKK member, or having all the same positions and just not being part of the group. And I can tell you that every single one of those guys, without fail, they'd be like, well, I'm a race realist, but I'm not a racist. Or they'd say, oh, well, yeah, I'm a white nationalist, but I'm not racist. But the most common thing they would say is, I'm a moderate Republican. And then you talk to them for like 30 minutes and they would eventually, it's like, well, yeah, I am a fascist, and like, et cetera, et cetera. Like, they very rarely are going to just come right out and be like, hello, I'm a racist. Like, they don't do that. And like, that goes doubly so for people who are running for office.
Not that you have to prove said discrimination. Now, if I put myself in the minds of a lawmaker 81 years ago, literally when the law was passed, I could understand that in the era of Jim Crow. But 81 years later, here in 2026, or sorry, 61 years, I don't know why I said 81 years, 61 years later, I'm sorry, like, that is a ludicrous proposition. Like,
is it? Because immediately after this got struck down, now granted, this is from 3 days ago, so, he's not operating with the up to the minute data that we are here 3 days later, but every southern state has moved to redistrict and eliminate any of the Democratic districts. And not one of them is saying because we want to disenfranchise black people. They're saying we just want to have maps that lean Republican. Which in turn means that they have to dilute the vote of African Americans, to effectively split it in so many different ways that it becomes meaningless. That, for example, Memphis, Tennessee is home to 50% of Tennessee's black population, because even though they are all overwhelmingly Democrat, if you split it up enough, well, you basically eliminate any kind of representation in the government for those people who are overwhelmingly Democrat, who just so happen to be black, right? That's the entire point, which is the reason the Voting Rights Act was written in that way is because they knew when they wrote that law that Republicans would be saying, well, we're not redistricting on the basis of race. We're redistricting on the basis of political expediency, on the basis of political party. Except that in the South, political party and race are heavily, heavily correlated. So, like, Sagar is already being deeply, deeply fallacious in his defense, and we're like only like a minute into him talking.
It is a total violation, in my opinion, of the Equal Protection Clause. And I would give, for all the liberals who are hyperventilating about this, I live in Virginia, which is
Nobody goes around saying, "Hello, kids. I'm John Racist, the inventor of racism." They write laws that have the effect of racism.
Yep, exactly. The intention of the Voting Rights Act was to look at the effects, not the intentions, because they found racists were way too slippery with portraying their intentions.
54-45 in terms of Trump. What did Virginia just do to our maps? They just nuked all conservative representations. They're going to be a 10-1 in terms of Democrat to Republican. I don't hear you crowing about my minority rights.
Yeah, who started this fight? The entire question around who started the partisan gerrymandering, Donald Trump ordered Texas to do a mid-decade redistricting, and Texas did it. And because Texas did that, and other states and other Republicans run states started doing that, Democratic states responded in kind. You have played a stupid game, and you have gotten a stupid prize. And like, the reality is, Democrats routinely offer to make partisan gerrymandering illegal, and Republicans routinely deny any effort to render it illegal. So when you look at the issue as a whole, it turns out you have a fight entirely set up by Republicans, initiated by Republicans, and continued by Republicans, escalated by Republicans, and like, that's why we are where we are right now. And yes, of course, we are now living in a moment where the Virginia State Supreme Court denied the partisan gerrymandering in Virginia on the basis of timing, i.e., like, essentially saying, Virginia should have started the redistricting process 2 weeks earlier. But like, Virginia could still do pull some shenanigans to get some redistricting done, but it would be very outside the political norms. We'll see if Democrats have the spine to do that, I guess.
My ability to represent myself, or the dilutive effect of me living in a plus 80, city. Like, I just think look, I'm not trying to be glib, but it's pretty obvious this is a black carve-out from 1965, which, in my opinion...
It's a black carve-out from 1965. Other groups benefit from the Voting Rights Act of 1965. See, for example, white rural voters in California. Man, Sagar is such a racist little whiny fascist. I cannot understand how people on this show put up with him.
totally violates the spirit of the Equal Protection Clause. The Supreme Court, Justice Alito, you should read his decision. What he said was that you have to prove racial discrimination. And you can't assume murder. You can't assume intent in anything in American law, except here in the South, which, again,
Yeah. Except the Voting Rights Act applied to not just the South. It applied to the entire country.
Except that we needed some sort of post-civil rights settlement to force Jim Crow states to basically not discriminate against black people. But I'm living in a world where Georgia has 2 Democratic senators after our Democratic president just said that they were enacting new Jim Crow as of 2022, which obviously is bullshit and incendiary. So I don't know. Like,
the Voting Rights Act is the only thing that ended Jim Crow. What do you... They just killed it, man.
Look, maybe a lot of liberals will get mad at me, but like, at the spirit of the law, it's just not right. And especially whenever you're looking at what Virginia just did, you're all celebrating over that one. You don't care about minority representation.
The Virginia's direct retaliation for what was done in Texas.
But that's what I'm saying, is that nobody gives a shit about minority representation whenever it comes to their side. It's only here because they're like, oh, because of a historic black population. But
well,
you know,
I mean,
if you can't prove explicit racial discrimination, like, you can't just assume it.
It's very difficult, I think, to prove.
Sagar and Jetty is just like one of the ultimate racism defenders. Like, his job is literally to be stupid. I mean, his job isn't to be stupid. His job is to feign ignorance so as to provide an intellectual bulwark for cowardly Republican ideology. Like, that's it, right? Like, he acts as an agent of plausible deniability. And I think that this is actually like a key component of a lot of conservative media figures, which is that, you know, even if you're looking at Bill O'Reilly, if you're looking at, you know, Jesse Waters, Ben Shapiro, etc., their job is to build an intellectual framework to dodge accountability.
Is wild on that show.
It really is, Sake. It's been a while since we checked in with Breaking Points, but like, Breaking Points fucking breaks me, man. Like, you don't actually have to do a show where you platform a Weasley fascist like half the time. You don't have to do that. Like,
explicit discrimination, which is why this was crafted the way that it was. I mean, I think you and I probably have a different view of how prominent and significant racism against Black Americans in particular still continues to be, and especially in the South, which is probably why we come down in a different place. I see your point, though. I mean, one thing I will say is that the way that these districts operate is you end up with these very like machine you know, Black politicians that are very, you know, the Jim Clyburns of the world that are very like dedicated to the party apparatus and never step outside of that, and tend to be some of the most significant enforcers of like the pro-corporate status quo.
See, I'm glad you said
in the Democratic.
That was going to be my next.
In the Democratic.
Yeah, but also that's not unique to like Southern Democrats. Like, a lot of Democrats across the country all like are taking money from different corporations and being bought. Like, that's not a unique phenomenon in the South.
Caucus, which is you know, very unfortunate. I will say though that, you know, I think to wipe out effectively all Black representation in the South is like, I oppose that, and I think that is a setback.
Didn't you support the Virginia thing? You just wiped out Republican support in Virginia. We literally live in an occupied state now. If you have like, no, it's true. I mean,
we literally live in an occupied state now because of Republican actions.
You shouldn't need a crystal ball to understand why platforming and abating fascism is bad.
True, Sake. Too true. What you really need is a Google debunker.
Google debunkers.
That's true. Milo will tell you that fascists are bad and whiny little piss babies. But, like, again, so what Soccer's doing is also what Ezra Klein does. You know, they even use the same word, granular. Which it's hard for me to hear that and not think of Ezra Klein. I feel like that man said granular so much it's become a meme. But, like, what Sagar is doing here is zooming down and ignoring the context, right? Like, Crystal brings up, like, what Virginia did is in response directly to what Texas did. And he just kind of like, well, of course, and then moved on very quickly, right? And, like, that's an issue because the entire way you view what is happening in Virginia and what happened in Virginia via the redistricting attempt, and that changes it depending on the context. If you are just looking at it as an isolated state, nothing else is happening around it, then obviously redistricting and gerrymandering is bad, because it is bad. It is unhealthy for democracy to do gerrymandering. But when you zoom out and you see that Virginia is just one piece of the puzzle, and you see that actually Donald Trump, a fascist in the White House, ordered Texas to redistrict in order to give himself more seats in Congress and maintain control of Congress after the 2026 midterms, then you start to understand that, oh, actually, this was done in direct response to what Texas did, which also, again, started this disenfranchisement back and forth, right? And what the entirety of the South is now doing is, on Donald Trump's orders, disenfranchising Black voters, like, across the entirety of the old Confederacy, right? And that is a direct downstream result of these Republican toadies being kowtowing to fascism, as it's called in some places. And it's very frustrating to me to see an entire audience get the wool pulled over their eyes on this, because it's deeply, deeply disingenuous. Good evening, Dragonfly.
Going
Yeah,
in the,
well,
in
I
the
mean, listen,
direction of California.
There is no
one
doubt
cares about Republicans in California.
There is no doubt that we are in, like, just a total race to the bottom in terms, and that was kicked off by Trump. I mean, that was, look.
It was kicked off by Trump. Trump also wined and dined the Supreme Court justices the night before they dropped the Calais decision that gutted the Voting Rights Act. Like, this was all put together by the Republican Party and Donald Trump. And, like, there's no real other way to frame it, because Democrats, even right now, have an open offer to make partisan gerrymandering illegal. So, which kind of destroys all of Sagar's point, right? Like, if it like, oh, well, you know, but the Democrats, they don't care about partisan gerrymandering. Democrats have a bill available right now that Republicans can sign on to end partisan gerrymandering. Republicans have voted down such proposals in the past multiple times.
Escalated by Trump. I shouldn't say it's kicked off by Trump. Now, I will also say Democrats have offered a nationwide anti-gerrymandering law that Republicans are opposed to.
Fair.
So, you know, happy to pass that legislation
Good job,
and have
Crystal.
fair districts drawn across the country. And I absolutely think that that would be a better result overall, and guarantee that, you know, that all groups receive the level of representation that they should have. But no, I mean, on the merits, do I think this was a positive decision in terms of small d Democratic representation in the country? No, I do not.
But see, that's where I have to disagree. Like, the idea of dilution in and of itself, that some one district, just because they are Black, they deserve a special carve-out, it doesn't apply.
It's not a special carve-out for specifically Black people. It applies to other groups.
Apply to anybody else in the whole nation. It's an explicit era of Jim Crow.
Because we have an explicit history in the country, Sagar, that continues to loom large over our politics.
It's been 61 years. And why don't you support affirmative action? It's been 61 years. We don't have these explicit racial carve-outs anymore. We are trying to live up to the spirit of equal protection. This is explicitly created and directed at the South.
Like, the other part of it that bothers me, right, is that a lot of what Calais overturned was specifically Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And, like, Section 2 prohibits, like, any voting practice or procedure that discriminates on the basis of race, color, or language minority status. And, like, he's like, I don't think we need that anymore. And that seems just facially racist. Like, sorry.
Again, I totally get back in 1965, but it's 2026. If you want to live in a country...
Yeah, we don't need civil rights in 2026. Not like there are masked men on the street disappearing people on the basis of their race or the language they're speaking. No, sir. Not like there are any masked men roaming the streets in your neighborhood to, like, steal your neighbors, steal your kids.
Where you have equal protection and application of said law for all racial groups, then this directly violates that, because now they, like everybody else, have to prove the intention of...
Does he think all black people are Democrats or something? I mean, in the South specifically, there is a huge correlation between being black and being a Democrat. So, like, when the Republicans target predominantly black areas, they are reasonably sure that the people that they are, you know, putting into the district are Democrats, you know? So, yeah, Sagar is explicitly defending, like, racism and racist redistricting policies here.
Of discrimination. And in the same spirit, like, can I prove that Democrats wanted to disenfranchise?
I mean, he's either being mind-blowingly naive or letting racism make his arguments. Well, that's the thing, right? The affected naivete is the defense for racism, right? Because, like, he's basically trying to intellectualize his weaponized naivete, right? Like, he's trying to make it seem reasonable to openly embrace a naive understanding of politics and race in this country. With the like in the same way that that John Roberts tried to push it in his ruling on Calais, which is essentially like, it's 2026, racism is done, you know? So what he's doing is weaponizing that naivete that John Roberts put out there. And just also want to point out, John Roberts apparently was caught, like, using AI and fudging numbers in his Voting Rights Act decision, which honestly, under normal circumstances should probably get him, like, impeached and removed from the court, and it should be like a colossal scandal. But, like, you know, you'll barely hear a peep about it, honestly. And it's just another day in Trump's America.
Franchise all the Republicans in Virginia? I mean, honestly, probably at this point.
I mean, but that's the
like,
same.
But they don't
the same
care.
Thing there.
Like, that's what I'm saying. They don't care at all. So, like, don't come crying. Like, look, you're looking at it in the what is it? In the interim, like, this race, in terms of, like, this particular race. In the long run, I think it's a better off decision, because it creates...
God, it is wild to me to listen to this man defend one of the worst Supreme Court rulings since Dred Scott. Like, it's genuinely insane. Let's see. Pull this up here. Yeah, let's see. God. I mean, like, it's wild to me. John Roberts' effort to gut the Voting Rights Act is complete. And, like, Sagar's just like, yeah, that's great. It's wonderful to allow racial discrimination in voting, in voting practices. That it's the best.
It's a legal justification that anybody, when you have to prove discrimination, you have to explicitly be able to prove it. You and I benefit from this when it comes to defamation law. All Americans benefit from this whenever it comes to, I'm trying to think, like anytime you're criminally accused or of anything, even whenever it comes to really not from heinous crime to the presumption of innocence. It's like a basic bedrock of American society. Now, as I've said, I totally understand why in the era of Jim Crow that you would want to put something like this in place. Mm-hmm. But when Georgia is a swing state, I'm sorry, which was the capital, like the beating heart of the Confederate, like, what's the lost cause ideology in Senator Richard Russell, who was the chief opponent. And when his predecessors are now literal, one of them was a black Democrat. I just don't buy it anymore. Like, I just think it's a long relic. And my final point was on the machine thing. And I got into my argument with the father-in-law over this because he was talking explicitly about representation, like the skin color of the person who is represented. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to make this point. I said, the Congressional Black Caucus is one of the most machine-captured and pro-corporate lobbies in all of Washington. This is a well-known fact. And it's like, has it really worked out necessarily to the benefit? I mean, I understand this. Like, I don't need an Indian person to represent my interests. My interests are my interests.
But I would say they are much better than a Republican in the same district.
Okay.
On the merits, in terms of what they will vote for.
I can't handle Sagar. I can't. He hurts me. He hurts me. Like, he'll be like, well, did you know that the Congressional Black Caucus is one of the most corporate captured parts of the Democratic establishment? Huh, I bet you didn't know that, did you? And then Crystal will be like, okay, but also they're less corporate captured than Republicans in the same district in like the areas around them. And he'll just be like, well, okay. And just like, yeah. Like, Republicans on every metric that Sagar pretends to care about are worse. Georgia's a swing state, went Democrat once in 30 years, twice in the past 40, but sure. Yeah, exactly.
And I, at the risk of like repeating myself, I just think our difference comes down to, you say you can understand why this was put in place when it was, given the level of racism, et cetera. And I just continue to see a level of racism that continues to justify this level of protection and see it as a loss that black voters throughout the South, are basically going to lose, their congressional representation.
And they're going to be living off redlining until 2200. It's just.
Oh my God. They're going to be living off of redlining until 2200. My guy. Redlining kept happening until within your lifetime. What? Like, there are entire sections of cities that are predominantly black because of redlining. Like, no, and Coder Joe, it definitely still happens. Like, like, it's still a systemic problem, and the legacy of it is going to be, like, baked in for a very long time. Like, redlining indelibly shaped a lot of the cities across America. It's like what you it's why we have even certain idioms like the wrong side, like the wrong side of the tracks or the other side of the tracks. I'm from Oklahoma. There's definitely black towns. There are, like, I live in Minnesota, and there are definitely cities and neighborhoods in Minnesota to this day that still have, like, parts of, like, the homeowners agreements that, like, talk about, like, not selling to, like, minorities. They're not enforceable or enforced anymore, but they're still there. It's still baked into a lot of the makeup of different neighborhoods, especially out in the suburbs. And, like, that's that's a huge part of, like, dealing with the legacy of the racism that came before us, which is that we need to undo those systems. We need to seek to, like, rectify that which was wrong. I just Yeah, exactly, Coder Joe. Notes like that on the land deeds. Yep. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's part of why you can go into different parts of town, right? And depending on your skin color, like, depending on, like, if you have like dark skin or like light dark skin, like, the element of, like, colorism is at play. But, like, if depending on what stores you go into and what parts of town, like, people are more or less likely to call the cops on you, even if you're not doing anything wrong, right? Like, there are certain suburbs in Minnesota where, like, if you are black or brown and you go into a store, like, someone's just gonna notice your skin color and follow you along, follow you around, and maybe call the cops on you. Like, yeah, no, exactly, Max Danger. There are still sundown towns in America. It's Oh, they're gonna be living off of redlining until 2200.
It's one of those where, like, look, we live in an evolving society, which everybody can understand.
Yeah, I mean, like, God, there was exactly Brutus Magnuson. There was that lady who called, like, a fucking toddler the N-word on camera.
Whenever it comes to social justice, but apparently, like, the sins of 100 years ago
But
are
it's not
never ever
the
forgotten.
sins of 100 years
Yeah.
ago. I mean, we've had, you
Okay,
know,
60 years
but I think you have
Yeah.
to acknowledge, like, racism is still a real matter. You can look at wealth disparities, you can look at outcome disparities, you know, you can look at health disparities, basically anywhere you look
Oh, a
in
lot of
terms
that
of
is
American.
class-based. It all breaks down
Some of
whenever
it
it
is
comes to income.
class-based, but some of
Yeah.
it is also over racial discrimination, and we have a long history of that, and that doesn't, you know, it doesn't just vanish over, you know, what
The thing that always bothers me is that, like, Sagar will go on an incredibly racist rant, and then Crystal will start talking and be like, well, and racism doesn't just vanish overnight. Like, we live with that legacy. And he's just like, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, if you recognize that the things she's saying are correct, then how the fuck could you say the things you just said? I do. Superjet guy, you writes, honest question: why does Crystal Ball continue to work with this whiny bitch that claims to be my kin? I do not know. I don't know, other than, like, a legacy association. Yeah, money, probably, but, like, I couldn't do what she does.
truly, in terms of the grand scheme of time, like a few decades is a very short period of time. You know, when I, just the decade before I was born was all the debates about busing, and like that's when desegregation was. This is very recent in terms of a historical scale, and the legacy still continues, in my opinion. So
I can understand that view, and I get how it's a liberal headline, like
I get it.
Voting Rights Act struck down, but like I beg you, grapple with the points that I made, because I don't really see, I see people hyperventilating about it, but absolute refusal to apply it to literally any other group, which again, you don't care at all about minority representation, especially in the wake.
Again, Republicans don't and started this. Republicans are the ones who refuse to end partisan gerrymandering. Republicans are the ones who are rushing to do the racialized gerrymandering. Like, again, don't pretend like Republicans are championing either of these things when they're starting it and continuing to do it.
Of Virginia, you happen to care whenever you can dress it up as some sort of like civil rights era cause, but that's not how U.S. jurisprudence works. Like the law.
But also, like, here's the thing, right? Like, Sagar's like, you don't really care. If you really cared, you wouldn't redistrict, and only Republicans would redistrict. And like, that's a losing strategy, right? The reason he's really worked up about this, and the reason a lot of Republicans are really worked up about this, is because Democrats actually did something in response. Democrats actually said, okay, you're engaging in a gerrymander war. The only play we have is to gerrymander you guys right back. And so we're going to keep doing that and escalating it and see how that works out for you. And you can come to us and we'll work with you at any time on a partisan gerrymandering bill to put an end to this nonsense. And Republicans are going to insist on doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down until suddenly they are in a losing position when it comes to gerrymandering. That is what this is going to take. It is going to take a race to the bottom, and in a race to the bottom, Democrats win. It's just a question of how much damage are Republicans going to do in the meantime. It also means, by the way, that any state with like split legislatures, the effort needs to go towards organizing on the local and the state level so that we can actually, as Democrats, as people on the left, take over those state legislatures and win the gerrymander war. Like that's what it's going to take. And I can assure you that if Republicans win the gerrymander war, we're all fucked. Like if Republicans win the gerrymander war, we're all screwed. If Democrats win the gerrymander war, there's a hand extended out to Republicans to end partisan gerrymandering forever. The only way out of this is for Democrats to win and then make partisan gerrymandering illegal. That is it. That is the only way out, as far as I see it. Not that they deserve that hand, no, but also, like, we do deserve, all of us, to live in an actual democracy. To inject a little hope, gerrymandering might backfire in a wave election year. That's also true. Like, I have to imagine a lot of this Southern gerrymandering is going to widely activate the Democratic base in a way that it has not been activated before in a very, very long time. And I think a lot of people who don't typically show up to the polls are going to, in the wake of this racial gerrymandering.
Law explicitly says that we should not be discriminated based upon our race, and to have explicit racial carve-outs is just not really something that we should have anymore in the year 2026. That's why I support the
Mississippi and other southern states literally still celebrate a Confederate Memorial Day, so that's where we still are.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't think it's a good thing.
I know, but I'm just saying the notion. Oh, these are all colorblind.
I mean, maybe they celebrate Confederate Memorial Day not racistly. You know, they just really love a lot of the other aspects of the Confederacy that weren't about racism.
Utopias, like, I just think that defies the reality of what,
you know, maybe they just enjoyed all of the expanded rights behind the Confederacy. The right to do what? You know, the additional rights that they had in the Confederacy that they didn't have when they were part of the Union. Okay, but the right to do what though? Next question.
What it is like in most of these deeply southern
I was
states.
raised in the South, so first of all, in literally Confederate state. So, like, it's not like I'm not exactly familiar with Confederate or Lost Cause ideology. However,
you might want to familiarize yourself with it before you start flapping your gums then.
I've also watched my state go from 1990s, like, you know, we're probably where something like that could have happened, where now, as you just said, James Tallarico is polling in a place where he might win the entire state. So,
right.
you know,
Although Texas is a little bit
34.
different than like Mississippi, Alabama, just in terms of both the demographic makeup and also the massive influx of like Californians who've moved to
That's
Texas.
fair. Yeah. Well, you know what I would
Georgia
say?
also has been a beacon for people moving in from out of state,
So maybe that's
which
the
really
fault.
changed the character of
You're
the
right,
state.
which is maybe that's the fault of Mississippi and Alabama for not becoming a more attractive place. I'm joking, okay? So it's one of those where at the end of the day, what I think is equal application of the law is not based on your skin is the most important bedrock principle. I think it when it comes to affirmative action, and I think it whenever it comes to Voting Rights Act. Yes, it will in immediate term, it will affect so-called minority representation in these states, but we don't do that in literally any other case. And we should make.
I'm sorry. The idea that like Memphis, which is home to 50% of the black population of Tennessee, should have its black representation removed by gerrymandering and it's somehow not racist. That's just insane, my guy. You are fucking insane. Like, it's deeply insulting to the intelligence of anyone who watches Breaking Points that they have to put up with this clown.
Make it so that is what you strive for across the board, including, yes, gerrymandering, which obviously many Republicans in these states thought would use to their advantage. I actually still don't really fully buy, not to just drag this out too much, but I still don't fully buy that the gerrymandering, even with these 7 seats that will go up, will still net out in some sort of Republican favor. Because
I mean, when you rig the game, it is still possible to lose occasionally, but like, you've systematically rigged it in your favor. Like, it might not 100% go in your favor, but even if it goes 80% in your favor, like, you still picked up a few seats. That still means something when we're looking at the makeup of Congress.
It's still very much, it's hard to say.
Right, because I was looking, at approval ratings. Clinton had like a 50% approval rating and also lost.
I have to imagine Sagar and Kyle Kulinski have had some fun convos. I have to imagine that they don't have conversations because I find it unbelievable to assume that Kyle Kulinski could talk to Sagar and Jetty for a prolonged period of time and not get into a fist fight with him.
Like 52 seats in 1994.
Yeah.
Trump is at an all-time low bottom. So even in a gerrymandered world.
Oh, I think Democrats are still going to take the House. I just think it will be a smaller margin.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I'd seen people be like, "Oh my God, we're not even going to win now." I'm like, really? Like, I just don't think you're really.
I think it's going to be too big to rig, Sagar. That's what I think.
You might be right. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
I just, man. That was, we've watched a lot of terrible things tonight, and I've talked about a lot of terrible things tonight. That was genuinely disheartening to watch that man cling to and defend the most racist elements of our society. Like, the Voting Rights Act is the one thing that it separated us from, like, the Jim Crow era, and, like, Sagar and Jetty defending that, it genuinely boggles my mind. Anyway, if you want to make sure no one like Sagar and Jetty gets into our politics, gets into your political local ecosystem, then join your local Dems, join your local DSA, organize, folks, organize, because folks, when you come together in your local community, you can keep it safe from AI data centers, you can keep it safe from ICE, you can keep it safe in 100 different ways, and you can make your community better and stronger and safer and cooler and have more opportunity in it. It's really cool. You can do so much when you get involved, and we can also defend our democracy together. We can push for voting rights. We can push for fixing this shit. Okay? So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your DSA more effective. If you need help getting started doing either of those things, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We want to get you involved in organizing, and we're here to help you take your first steps. And also, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, do consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that is non-tucking. Go check it out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. We did it. What do you do when you bring up the redistricting thing to your local DSA and they just shrug it off? I mean, I would probably just continue to bring it up and suggest that it's actually a huge problem. It could be that your local DSA is looking to build more like power with like local businesses, like local workers rather. But like sometimes you might have to be the person who brings it up.
Have you ever watched any of the shorts from Evantris, the people who are doing that D&D Kickstarter?
I have, Shoot Bang. They're so good. Thank you for the $5 dono. Let's take a look here.
Make it faster.
Like inside of it?
Yeah, it's slow.
You got all these tabs open. Just close those tabs.
I don't think it's a tab.
Let me take a look at this. How did you get all of this on here?
It wasn't me. It was my dang old homunculus.
Your dang old homunculus went to plaguerathotties.com?
He's a whippersnapper. Next time you think of making a homunculus, don't do it. He's back in the lair.
How did you go to these questionable websites 15 minutes ago?
Oh, because I use teleports or something.
Oh, boy.
You never make a teleporting homunculus. Can you get into the...
Just the finger movements were really great. Yeah, be a bit annoying about it. Be a bit annoying in your meetings. You are a regular guy. You can make good things happen. This is literally me and my mom. Oh God, folks, how we all doing? We are currently 29 subs away, or sorry, 28 subs away from our analog horror goal. Ooh, Alabaster Dawn.
You should check out Alabaster Dawn. The game is so cool.
I don't know anything about this, but I will check it out. Let's take a look at the trailer. Yeah. Nocturnal 8999. Thank you very much for the gifted membership. Wait, did I fuck up? I did fuck it up. 28, 27. Yes, I think we are at that. Yes. Math, good. My math skills, excellent. Beyond repute. Oh, shit. I do like this. After the world has fallen. It is up to you. To bring it all back. Ooh! This is some Secret of Mana shit. I love it. Oh! The guy at the Crosscode team! That's why this looks so amazing. Yo! God, the perspective shifts are incredible. The animation is so good. Holy shit. I'm sorry, did you see that camera shift? Look at this. Look at that. Look at the fucking camera work with the pixel. Oh my god, that's incredible. It's so cool. Ah. The perspective. That was hot. That was genuinely hot. That was so pretty and sexy. Oh my god. Like, I feel like that is what you're seeing there is the result of a team of people who really know their shit. Yeah, Mikola Brigida, I looked it up afterwards, because, like, I don't know anything about the Korean calendar system. And, like, yeah, they changed it back in, like, 2023, so, like, that guy was just a libertarian who wanted to, like, attach being trans to, like, pedophilia. Like, that's what he was trying to do, and I wasn't going to give that any oxygen. Have I ever seen the game Lost in Random? I feel like I have heard of Lost in Random. I have heard of it. I don't think I've actually, like, seen anything of it, though.
Once upon a time, there were two devoted sisters named Even and Odd. Cruelly separated by an evil queen and the roll of a dice.
I'm coming!
Together with this little fella, even was determined to rescue her beloved sister.
Come on, Dicey!
In this strange and fascinating world of random, adventure and combat go hand in hand. And many peculiar characters await. Some will help. Do you mean this one? And some won't.
That's against the rules. Oh, sure. A little girl with a dice.
Those coins can be traded for cards.
Cards, cards. I got cards here, the greatest cards in the land.
Ooh, cards contain new attacks, abilities, and more. All of which come in handy during dice battle.
This is cute.
Even uses her slingshot to attack deadly foes. This can knock off energy cubes used to feed her strange companion Dicey. And once fully charged, even can roll Dicey and freeze time itself. Let's see how she uses it. Oh, impressive. Well done, even. Nice.
This does look really fun. Not gonna lie. Stop showing Jack new games. Her backlog is too long. That's true. It is too long. It is too long, guys. It does look awesome, though. Lost in Random. Apparently came out like 4 years ago. How long is the backlog? It's so fucking long. You guys have no idea. Play your games. I don't have time. When I'm not streaming, I'm working on like 100 other things. But I probably need to buckle down and play some games soon. Otherwise, I'm going to go insane and cry. And by go insane and cry, I mean have like a mental breakdown. Do. Vampire Crawlers is very much off-screen gaming. Ooh. I will have to try that. I have played Cyberpunk 2077. I very much enjoyed it. This is stressing me out too much to look at. Set the wrong link? That's okay. Please cry on me? No. Mina the Hollower. I do have time carved out for Mina the Hollower because it comes out like a month from now. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You're a video game collector? That's so cool, though. I love video games.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Today we have a great show for everybody today. What do we have today, Crystal?
Indeed we do. As we begin this morning, some of the most horrible news you will hear in your entire life.
Yes, it's really quite scary.
It's awful. We will be speaking to two of the leading experts in the field, hoping they can shed some insight into a number of topics, including the war in Iran.
That's right. Later in the show, our very own Ryan Grimm will be stopping by to discuss a new piece bringing down the fraught negotiations.
Cyberpunk 2077 helped me realize I was non-binary. It's the modern Fallout New Vegas.
Hell yeah, Cyberpunk 2077's really good. I haven't played since the expansion came out, or like I finished playing the original. I haven't played the expansion.
Between the IRGC and the Trump administration. This is some of the best reporting that you'll see out there. It's shocking the number of experts we have here breaking down so many important topics. Hey, I mean, that's exactly right. We will also be joined by viral sensation A Beach Ball with Hair. He has a surprising take on the war in Ukraine. Yeah, I don't know. He's been blown up online lately with Rogan Sphere. Anyways, thank you everyone. Discord at BraveMarks.com. Become a premium member today. We're going to do an AMA later today. But let's go ahead and get started, Crystal. The Trump administration in a number of press conferences is downplaying the energy crisis. As usual, the Epstein class wages war and blames rising prices on, you guessed it, Joe Biden. It's appalling. It's pure insanity. And I'm really young. Yeah. Like, I have no memory of the Carter administration. Easy. What is 9/11? I'm too young to remember. We get it. You're young. Look, I'll be honest. Trump has betrayed everything he campaigned for. Prices are up. The Epstein files still haven't been fully released. And we're mired in an endless foreign conflict. His administration has been a complete and utter betrayal of the working class. Are you going to reply or just going to sit there with that smug look on your face? Who did you vote for, by the way? I literally had no choice. Definitionally, you did. That's what voting is. My good friend, J.D. Vance, broke into my house and stole my ballot and voted for Trump. Why did you vote for him? Like, actually, well, as you know, I'm scared of gay people. LGBTQIM. There it is. Wait. I am. Immigrants and marijuana. Okay, that's enough. And since you asked, no, marijuana is not a joke. I encourage all of you to watch a documentary called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Sagar. Reefer madness, more like reefer sadness. What is going on? What is happening? Who am I? Sagar. Where am I? What's going on? Sagar. Sorry, I sometimes get possessed by Tucker Carlson. It's amazing we've been working together for as long as we have. It's actually kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of weird. God, that made me remember, oh, yeah, I remember this, just real quick. Well, also, the reason this bit is so good is because this guy has also been on Dropout TV, and you know what? He kills every single time he's on. The reason SNL is getting better is because they actually have like some real authentic talent coming up, which is great. I saw this and I haven't liked an SNL bit in years. But that was fucking great. That was fucking great. Absolutely that's going to demonetize this stream, but that's fine. Worth it. Worth it. Oh god. Oh fuck, I still need to watch Begonia. It's pretty good. Chat, I just cooked late night spaghetti. What's going on? What are we doing? There's some hot new Cratter sound drops in Discord. I should be able to finally add them to the soundboard tomorrow. What's going on?
Didn't you find Elon Musk's Wario bit hilarious? Yes.
No. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. Appreciate it. Let me see here. Sandboard.
The president must know what he's doing.
Oh, we've got so many good clips.
And we're about to find out how insane in the brain the regime really is.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you? It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level. You have a God-shaped hole. I masturbate to meditation.
These are so good.
I'm going to look like a podling who's been fully drained. You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you.
Oh, God. Oh, boy, we're going to have so much fun with all of those. Oh, Steven Crowder, you goof. You done goofed. I can't believe he said all of that in one 25-minute long stretch. So many clips. Incredible work, Coder Joe.
Go fuck the couch, JD Vance.
So I'm going to say this like the son of a Michigander. Michigan, we're the hand, right? It's nice to have fingers. They all got jobs. They all got perspectives. But I don't want the Michigan hand after your convention. I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. I want you to grab a sledgehammer and knock some stuff down. I want you to reach up and grab somebody and get them off the couch and get them on the field. We got points to put on the board. I want that Michigan fist. I want some unity. I want the Michigan fist.
Oh, God.
I want that Michigan fist.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
We can't eat beaver. That's just ridiculous. I think maybe it got overlooked. I don't know what happened there. What are we talking about? We're talking about the legalities of eating beaver.
Oh, God.
Penis. Penis goes right through your mind. I want the penis.
Oh, God. Incredible. Incredible the things these people say. Oh. Who was that? That was Jesse Waters.
Down. That looks like a pass that needs to be caught.
Yeah, you can't use your shoulder to catch a football. You've got to get your hands out there every night. And I'm out there with my kids working on catching the football. They want to use their body. It's just a natural instinct as a human being. But you've got to learn to be able to put the ball in your hands. Your hands are what makes it possible. Your shoulder pads are hard and stiff. Your hands are tender and they can move and caress the ball. that's kind of gay, but hey, close.
Fourth down.
Just an awkward silence. Your hands are just so tender and supple to caress the ball with. That man said far too much as an announcer. Oh, God. Whew. Folks, we've been going for 5.5 hours. I think this is where we part ways for the night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. But I will see you all. You'll probably see me tomorrow. And you know what? Tomorrow, maybe I'll give you guys another crack at the analog horror, and maybe we'll play some games. We'll play some video games, and if you guys manage to hit 500, then we'll do analog horror. Tomorrow horror stream? Yeah. Tomorrow or later today? I mean, I guess later today. You know, tomorrow being when the day that I wake up on. And just remember, folks.
Call me daddy.
God.
You have a God-shaped hole. Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you? You have a God-shaped hole.
All right, I'm done. I'm done. Good night, everybody.
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level. You're gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained. You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you.
Penis goes right through your mind. I want the penis.